YouTube. Do we have anyone from YouTube yet? It doesn't look like we do yet. Okay, we're still waiting. People from YouTube, I guess. But okay, so let's keep watching this, folks, as people come in here for YouTube. All right.
Or where they slept.
Honestly, can't believe I'm here.
Again, I'm going to have to be more careful because now that we're live on YouTube, I'll have to pause it more often just to make sure I don't get a copyright strike. But again, this is beautiful, right? This is beautiful.
As we walked around the
Yeah, Yankee YouTube. Yeah.
Circus, one of, if not the oldest, continuously inhabited city on Earth, I couldn't believe that this city still had so much ancient beauty.
Look at this. Oh my God. I think we already saw this part, but just the ancient. That's amazing. Now remember, this is 2022. I know there's another one somewhere, and we're not going to be able to watch all of this today, folks. Obviously, it's 46 minutes long. We're not going to be able to watch it all, but we'll watch some more of it. I know we said we would last time, but I'm going to go forward here a bit because I know we saw this part. Okay, here we go.
Obviously, not a lot of people get to come to Syria, and so to be able to be here right now is like it doesn't feel real yet, you know?
Oh my God, look at that. So gorgeous. I love it. I love it. I'm just checking some stuff. Okay, so that's cool. Now,
Assalamu alaikum.
so here's an honest question. I'm literally asking here because I've heard different things. I've noticed that in a lot of mosques that, well, wait a
You want
minute.
a photo? Yeah.
What did they say?
Are you a foreigner? We're not used to getting so much visitors, especially
Yeah,
in
it's
the last
beautiful,
2 years.
Jonas.
That's why you see the young generation.
I can't remember what my question was. Never mind. But this is beautiful. This also just the open space, how it's like this nice open space.
Looking at us all the time because they're not used to seeing foreigners sitting the country. So,
Okay, yeah. How are you?
My first few hours in Syria had been completely polarizing. The narrative that the news had told me all these years about
Hello,
this country
folks that are over
had
on YouTube
constructed
right
a
now.
very
Hello,
different
hello.
image in my mind about its people.
I decided to start super early, folks, just because I'm like, why not just go on both platforms? I don't see why not. So I just started on both platforms.
As I felt an immense eagerness from the locals to not only show me their country, but also to connect with those who came to see them.
Yeah, people are really open to the camera. I don't know, I thought people would be much
Yeah.
more shy or worried about what it's for, but people want to be.
That's interesting. Now, this is interesting. This is still under. Yes, as a matter of fact, MP Klerner, that when later today, when I kind of start the normal stream, like the normal stream I normally do, we're going to be watching that clip. Actually, we might watch it during this beginning stream. But yes, welcome NP Klerner. I did see that Kyle's video about the Hayden McDougal getting slapped. Yeah.
Taking it in photo. They're like, why don't you take a photo of me? Please.
Look, my friend, what you see in Syria,
Oh, for sure, Jonathan.
write and speak. If you see bad, please speak bad. If you see good, please speak good, speak the truth. Please.
Yes.
That's it.
Well, all I can say, it's only been lovely so far.
Before setting out on our 7-day odyssey all across Syria, I wanted to get to know Gaida's story a bit further and understand why she currently cannot leave the country.
Oh, no. All right, I'm just pausing and make sure I don't get a copyright strike here. For the folks that are coming in, we're watching some more of that video about the guy who's taking a trip to Syria. We can talk about whatever you want in chat while we're doing it, but thank you, the Vile Resident, 1058. Wow, bro, has the algorithm silenced you? Hey, who are you, the Vile Resident, 1058? Who are you? Have you been in here before? So the Vile Resident, I did just start streaming, and it's a bad time of day to be streaming because most people come on later, so that's probably why there aren't many people watching me right now. And I got to tell you, the Vile Resident, I'm also on Twitch, and there are more people watching me on Twitch than on YouTube right now. But you're right, fair. Thank you, thank you, Vile Resident. All right.
My name is Gaida. I am a tour guide and a tour operator in.
Oh, that's so weird, Retro. You know what, Retro? I mean, I've been having issues with the notification and such. I don't know why. Sometimes it seems to do it, sometimes it doesn't. I'll need to look into it to figure out why that is. I'm going to double. Is it registering that I'm live now? Good, is at least it is for YouTube. Okay. random, but I like your dad. Oh yeah, evil. Okay, so evil resident. That is a fair point. That is my fault, evil resident, because I have not posted any new videos this week or this month. And so if I were to, I need to post another video. I've only been doing live streams this month, and I haven't posted any new YouTube content. So that's why they've dropped off this month, and it's my fault, and I need to do something about it. I've been too lazy, but I need to post some. I also need to find something good for my dad and I to react to. But I have some options. But yeah, but thanks for caring there, the evil resident. All right.
Damascus, Syria. I am from a Palestinian origin. So my grandparents immigrated or took asylum in Syria in 1948.
Yeah, Jonas, you're right.
Technically, I am considered stateless. I don't carry the Syrian passport nor the Palestinian passport.
So how does
Oh
that
goodness. Oh, this poor woman. It is not a good position to be in to be stateless at all.
affect your ability to move around?
It is really, really difficult for me to travel. I chose to be a tour guide just so I can host people from around the world so the world.
Do you have any recommendations for evil resident for something I could react to with my father or something I could react to? Because I'm always taking recommendations.
In a way, can come to me. Yeah.
I love that.
I wanted people to see the Syria I see, not the Syria that's broadcasted in the news.
Yeah. Oh, it's so pretty.
Although life felt semi-normal in the old and central part of Damascus, soon we started to see the cracks in everyday life the war had caused.
The power goes out a couple hours every few hours.
Ah, there we
And
go.
The light
Okay.
comes on when it comes on, and it's off when it's off. There's not really much that you
Yeah,
do about it.
Jonathan.
As a result of the fighting, 4 of Syria's 14 power plants have been severely
Jesus.
damaged.
Okay,
To
so here's
combat
some of
this,
the darker
Syrian
stuff.
government has imposed an electricity rationing.
So real fast here. I don't know. So Jonas, you mentioned Shia and Sunni. Have you seen that video? Shia cleric funeral. It kind of was touching. So I thought this was really cool. This gave me some hope for that, Jonas. If I'll see, hopefully it'll pop up here. I don't know if you've seen the video. This is a Shia cleric and a Sunni at a funeral together. And for those who don't know, it is traditional. It is traditional so amongst the Shia, when you're praying, you're supposed to kind of keep your hands at your sides. For the Sunni, when you're praying, it's traditional to lay your hands across your stomach, not like this, because this is my chest, but imagine this further down, kind of like this, and to pray like that with your hands resting on your stomach. And this guy on the left here is a Sunni, and the guy on the right is Shia. Well, this is a funeral for a Shia Muslim, okay? And the Sunni guy, in a show of respect to the Shia that are there, keeps his arms at his side as they are praying. And the Shia cleric who's next to him kind of quietly reaches over and raises up his arms to show him, like, please pray in your own way. I don't care if you pray in the way we pray or the pray you want to pray. I just think it's very touching. I'll show you what I mean. So I really like it. So I'll start it over so you can see it. I don't know why it's being so slow, but yeah. So that show of like, come on, we might pray a little differently. See that? He just raised it up. Yeah. Oh, and so did you guys see it one more time? See him? He reaches over and raises up the guy's arms to be like, no, it's okay. Pray. You're a Sunni. It's okay. You can pray in your own way. All right. I really appreciated that when I saw it. It gave me some hope. All right. Right, Retro Asher. Okay. So that kind of shared humanity of a moment. And I don't really know the context of the situation, but I always thought it was deeply sad how there's so much sectarianism within Islam. I mean, the same thing in Christianity. Not as much anymore, I guess. There is still quite a bit of it, but yeah.
Scheme to meet national demand, which would see homes periodically having their power shut off for hours at a time.
How often does the light go off and on?
This one is from the battery.
Battery, okay.
Yes.
And the other ones, like how
The
often?
other one is from the electricity. It's from 2 hours on, 4 hours off.
MB Cleaner.
2 hours on, 4 hours off.
Yeah.
As we were walking down the street, we heard some music coming from the distance, so we went to investigate and immediately got swept up into a high school graduation party.
What's your name? What's your name? Thomas.
Yeah. Oh, I know. And the groups like IS and Hezbollah, that the series of it's all because of people like Assad and groups like ISIS and Hezbollah. Is that true about Hezbollah specifically? I have to look more into that, Jonathan Swift. You're right, though. ISIS, big problem. Assad, big problem. At the same time, Jonathan, I think you would also acknowledge Russia, big problem. United States, big problem. There were a lot of issues going on, and even the folks in Syria that America was initially supporting because we thought for whatever reason, a lot of them didn't end up being great folks either. There's a lot. It's very complicated. Oh, is that so, Jonathan? Okay. I didn't know much about that, but the Syria thing is very complicated. Mithril, I'm very early, Mithril, forgive me. I just decided I would start super early because I'll just stream for longer today. All right. So, okay. So folks, for those who just got here, I'm streaming for a while today. And we'll get into the main stuff later, but for now, we're just kind of watching some more of that video we started. I think I'll have a thing for you, my friend. You could have him react to Ancient Aliens. No, my God, the evil resident. He would love that. We would both love that. That's very true, evil resident. Yeah, honestly though, thank you for checking in on me, evil resident. I'm glad you like the content enough to ask me. I think you're the first one to actually reach out in that way, so thank you. But actually, that's a really good idea. We should totally do Ancient Aliens. My dad and I both hate Ancient Aliens, and I'm sure we'd get a lot of content out of that. And then Trump has said a lot of crazy things too. Okay. Yeah, absolutely, evil resident. Hello, Dubois. How you doing? How you doing? No, you're the handsome comrade, Dubois. How are you doing, handsome comrade? All right, let's continue, guys.
That was intense.
Yeah. I wasn't expecting to crash a high school party.
The next day, we finally left the capital
Yeah, you're right, Jonathan Swift. Yep.
city, and the real destruction started to emerge at a scale I couldn't even fathom. From
Oh
the
my God, here
distance,
we go. Hey, I like how honest he's being. They are showing some of the, the war-torn parts. Now, remember, folks, this is 2022, so this is before the Assad stuff. I believe this is like ISIS. Oh, well, I'm glad you did, Dubois. Okay.
see entire cities destroyed.
The problems in Damascus started this place.
The atmosphere in the car
Yep.
completely shifted.
Wait, no, this is. I always have the timeline of this war messed up in my head. Well,
and created a
regardless.
stark contrast to the uplifting first day we had had. Although I started off feeling highly optimistic from what I had seen, I was also not blind to the fact that we were soon about to see a very different side.
Oh my God,
of the
this is sad.
country. Yet, I don't think that I was anywhere near prepared for the pain and destruction I was about to witness. As we drove further and further out into the desert, our first incredibly rare stop was Palmyra, an ancient, forgotten kingdom first built 5,000 years ago, which at the peak was led by
got you,
fierce
Messiah
and one
guy.
of the most revered female leaders in ancient history,
Zenobia?
Queen Zenobia.
Zenobia! I love Zenobia is badass, and she doesn't get talked about enough. Sure, her empire rivaled Rome, but people don't talk about her, and she was a woman, and she ruled from Syria. Queen
A
Zenobia.
big portion of Eastern Rome, and solidified Palmyra as a break-off kingdom from the Roman Empire that grew
Yeah.
incredibly wealthy, by capitalizing on being located on an oasis in the desert where they housed and fed travelers from the Silk Road. The kingdom
This
would eventually
was
be
the
overtaken
Palmyran
and
Empire.
finally pillaged by posing too big of a threat
Look at that.
to Rome.
Huge.
Although a precious archaeological site in
There's
2015
Zenobia.
was largely destroyed by ISIS during the civil war.
Syrian temple built nearly 2,000.
Okay, I'm just making sure I don't get copyright here. That's why I'm pausing it. How'd you make people mad? Yeah, Jonathan said a lot of people, most people haven't heard of things like Zenobia and the Palmyran Empire. It's bizarre, how selective we are about these things. Dubois, how'd you piss people off, Dubois?
1,000 years ago is now a pile of rubble after the terror group ISIS
Jesus Christ.
rigged it with explosives and blew it up.
Oh, I can't stand ISIS. I can't stand it. I can't stand it. Oh, I can't stand it's like as a historian, it's like a pet peeve of mine to watch them destroying historic sites. Or even, was it the Taliban who destroyed those big statues to the Buddhas, the big Buddha statues in Afghanistan that were thousands of years old? Okay. Oof. It's very sad to me. Very sad to me. All right. Hello, Outer Signal. How you doing, Outer Signal? Let me just make sure here. Okay, let's go.
Making it another Syrian relic erased by the conflict of the past 10 years.
Welcome to the ancient kingdom of Palmyra, or at least what's left of it. We've been allowed to be the only ones to be here right now. Let's go see what we can capture inside and what beauty we have left to explore.
Amazing. Syria being like I got to tell you though, well, okay. First of all, Syria has had like so many different empires in it. It's very cool. You know what, Jonas? First of all, Jonas, you don't sound like a nut job at all. Okay, you do not sound like a nut job at all. That sounds very reasonable. Okay, yeah, I completely agree with you. I've always said I feel like, and I know this is coming from someone who isn't religious, but I feel like God has bigger things to worry about than like the specificities of how you worship him slash her slash it. Okay. So, like, and it just seems remarkably human to me how we differentiate and like the leaders, even in the Quran, it says that, was it Christians and Jews are people of the book? Like, okay. Like, we all worship the same God. Why do we need to? Okay. I totally get it, Jonas. They lost 50,000 of their fighters. Yep. Okay. Well, Jonathan says you're talking about ISIS. They lost 50,000 of their fighters, and the American army just only lost 50, 90 soldiers. Just showcase the fact that they're a bunch of terrorists. Well, so Jonathan, how do I say this? That is, they're fighting the United States. How do I phrase this? We have much vaster and better technology than ISIS ever did. I am not saying that they were pretty competent fighters on the ground, but we mainly use drone strikes and things like that, things that they didn't have as much access to. So I wouldn't say it's because they don't know how to fight, because they do. They conquered tons of territory, but when put up against the global superpower, it became pretty difficult. You see what I mean? So yeah, Obama nation. Yeah. And I'm not defending the United States, but I feel like it's more complicated than just saying that they don't know what they're doing, they're just terrorists. And I would also argue, and I agree, ISIS definitely terrorists, fundamentalist, very far right-wing terrorists. The United States, on the other hand, kind of terrorists also, in a lot of ways. And I'm not like trying to hate on America. I'm just saying I am kind of trying to hate on America. Definitely terroristic. Yeah, much more advanced terrorists than ISIS is. All right. Okay. Your deep aversion to seeing buildings of value destroyed is just a manifestation of what Don was talking about when he wrote the passage known as "No man is an island." It just means you're awake. That was beautifully phrased, the vile resident. Thank you. That was beautiful. Everyone take a note. Everyone take a note. Everyone take a note from Evil Resident of how to compliment me. Okay, I demand it. I demand more compliments in this way. Thank you, Evil Resident, really. Okay. Outer signal, hilarious. Jesus Christ, so beautiful.
There are literally only people on this entire archaeological site right now. Do you think that ISIS was here not that long ago and decided that to make a statement that we're going to blow this entire place up?
Of course they did. Can I also point out, folks, that one of the like I said, not a fan of ISIS. I know I keep talking bad about America here, and as you all know, I think that America isn't the only bad actor in the world. There's a lot of human beings out there that are really unpleasant people. But we all know why ISIS was able to form and take hold, right? Like, what? Thank you, Yona. Thank you, Jonas. Thank you. Jonathan. Yeah, I agree, Jonathan. I agree with you. All right. And okay, so Yona, yes. ISIS would not exist if the United States had not destroyed Iraq, okay, and completely destabilized the region and allowed for this group to form. America basically created ISIS, not on purpose, mind you, but they pretty much created it accidentally because of our warmongering. Okay, and Jonathan, yeah, if state-sponsored killing of civilians is counted as terrorism, every major state in the world would be guilty of it. I agree, Jonathan, and maybe I think all the major states are pretty much guilty of terrorism, okay? And I think we tend to call non-state actors terrorists because that is a narrative that is acceptable to state actors, right? I mean, what do you call a drone strike? When you kill a bunch of people, which then acts as a fear tool against others doing more to you, that's terrorism, right? It's state terrorism. What do we call what Putin's doing by bombing Kiev all the time? It's terrorism, all right? But we tend to only refer to non-state actors as terrorists. It's interesting, right? Okay. Retro Asher, I hate seeing buildings in ruins because buildings are always so pretty, except for brutalist buildings, Retro Asher. I got to correct you there. Yeah, I'm exaggerating. I just don't like brutalism. Unless there's like nature involved in them. What I would give to see these places before they were destroyed, totally, Retro Rasher. It's very sad to me. Very sad to me.
Hard to fathom. Not just this place, but the entire neighboring city of Palmyra that had tens of thousands of civilians. And to see all...
Oh my God, you're right, Jonas. You're right. You're right, Jonas. I don't even know how to add to that. Jonas is on a roll today. The thing that makes my blood boil is how the entire West used subsequent disorder caused by their terrorism as evidence of the inherent violence of. Yeah. Okay. Okay. You're right. So. Oh, of course, the evil resident, they have not. They still haven't learned. Even right now, Trump is considering going to war with Venezuela, and what has happened the last few times America has done a regime change war somewhere, it hasn't gone well. I mean, we could talk. All right, yeah, and Jonas, going back to what you said, Jonas, and like honestly, like it makes sense, Jonas, why people would be radicalized. It doesn't matter what your religion is. If this were happening in Europe, you'd see a bunch of radicalized Christians. You see what I mean? But it just happens. Okay. Yep, absolutely, Jonathan Swift, 100%. Which is why, so Jonathan Swift, the same goes for Israel's actions in Palestine, resulting in Hamas, correct? Israel's actions in South Lebanon, resulting in Hezbollah, correct? Exactly, Jonathan. And it doesn't excuse like the actions, for example, some of the actions that, that are against crimes against humanity and stuff. But if we can't, if we keep just looking at the results of the actions, we're never going to solve the problem. So maybe we should first address the initial problem, which is colonialism, imperialist violence, and state-sponsored terrorism, which creates people like ISIS. Okay, see what I mean? Rather than having to constantly deal with the consequences of it. All right.
These ruins that are basically 2,000 years old, just laying here exploded.
Yes, and we're going to talk about that later, Sir Bartholomew, how fentanyl was classified as a weapon of mass destruction. I know, Sir Bartholomew, it's a goddamn circus, right? It's a goddamn circus. I was just being a douchebag there, Retro Asher. Okay, I totally agree, Retro Asher. Yep. Yeah, right, SoCal, you're right about Trump believes with the whole urn in his chest that the Monroe Doctrine is legally binding on the Western world as well. Yeah, oh my God, you're so right. Yep, you're so right, SoCal.
Wow, look at that.
Beautiful. Look at this.
It's
Look at
like
this.
2,000 years old.
Yeah, they're just sitting there.
Just a pile of rubble.
It's always weird. It's like, especially for the Americans in chat. Like, if you go to Europe, you'll be like walking down the street and you'll see like a 1,000-year-old castle or whatever. Okay, I might be exaggerating. But I know when I've been to the UK, like, oh, look, there's a castle. Oh, there's a ancient monolith made by druids. Oh, and if you're in Germany, it's like you see as many castle ruins as you see squirrels. And then like in America, we have you might see like a house from the colonial period, but that's like relatively young compared to some of the stuff you see out, like it's very young compared to things you see in other places in the world.
The destruction I was surrounded by
Druidic druids. Yeah, there you go, Gramskin.
This ancient city that had withstood the test of time for thousands of years and could have told us so many
Yeah, I don't mean to hate on brutalism. I just do not like okay, there you go, Mithril, okay? I just don't like brutalism. I understand it's culturally important, blah, blah, blah. I just think it's very ugly unless it's, like, mixed with nature. Yep, mhm. Yep, you're right, is that it's far easier to take power if you're willing to kill people. 100% the evil resident, 100%. So the West employs the extremist wings of a religion despite it never working. 100% evil resident. Okay.
Stories about our history suddenly torn apart as just another casualty of this civil war.
Jesus.
How many other monuments from our history had become collateral damage of a man-made conflict, defacing the past and forever severing the line between our civilization's rich history and the present?
Can't even believe that they destroyed all of this. Such a beautiful historical place.
Thank you, Gramsci, and I agree. It's really sad.
Oh my God.
Oh my God, that's amazing. Amazing. We need to watch more archaeology stuff, folks. That's an old amphitheater, it looks like.
ISIS was controlling it. They were doing all the executions here.
What?
They were executing people here. Oh wow, that's great.
Yeah, like they have.
That's great. Love that. Love that for us.
Have it on videos, even if you googled it. They knew that their days are numbered. They exploded it.
This is the tomb of the three brothers taken by ISIS. They make it like their base during the crisis because it didn't affect with the air strikes. So we're gonna see it now. What they did inside.
Oh no, they damaged the inside of it? That's funny, Dubois. Yeah, isn't that great, Retro Asher?
They destroyed it?
Oh, of course it's a lie, Jonas. Of course it's a lie. Met a peace activist in a political meeting. Explain what you mean, Jonathan Swift. I'm liking your comments here, Jonathan Swift. What about it was interesting?
Yes, they destroyed the place and they changed the sea. They paint the walls.
I don't know how to phrase this, folks, without sounding bad. I would say I'm a pacifist, but I'm not a pacifist. How do I phrase this? Like, there are some peace activists who I don't like. I know that sounds bad, but sometimes I feel like peace activists are so obsessed with peace, which I am too, but I want just peace, that they're willing to let countries that have been the victims of aggression just kind of lose or, I don't know. I will talk about this some other time. Like, or let countries that are the victims of aggression just sort of fall to some sort of imperialist power. I don't know. Yeah, I'll talk about some. I'm a pacifist, but also not like a crazy pacifist. All right.
To make it good for them to stay inside.
Did they remove all the heads, or they were?
Yes, they broke the heads because it's haram for them. Very sad. No
Yeah.
faces in Islam.
Yeah, and again, these extremists here, destroying these ancient statues, claiming it's harem. I don't know the word here. Um, okay, exactly. Outer signal. Okay, that's my point, right? That's just crazy to me. That's crazy. Do they really think that God is like, oh my God, there's a statue with a face on it? All right. Excuse me. And again, okay, I'm not, if any, for the Muslims out there, if that's what you believe, I'm just, yeah, okay. I doubt any of you, though, would be like, I'm going to go destroy this 2,000-year-old statue. But these radicals, okay. Yeah, Jonas, if you go, I've said before, Jonas, I love the art of the Islamic Golden Age. And there are images of Muhammad, by the way, from the time. And I know that's still not, that's kind of frowned upon these days. But like the art and stuff of Islam is beautiful. And that's why it's these radicals that are like kind of like Christian radicals or any other group of radicals are just completely distorting my image of Islam, as in like, are completely different from what my image of Islam is, which is not what they believe. Okay, if that makes sense. Exactly, evil resident. 100% evil resident. Okay.
Did you come here before they destroyed it?
Yes, a lot.
And was it beautiful?
Yeah.
Too much.
Hello,
The
Tarbin.
first time I came here, I cried from the bottom of my heart because they destroy.
In your
real
groove,
religion.
hello. Welcome to the new world where doctors prescribe WMDs on the regular. Yeah, as a matter of fact, we're going to talk about that. Yep. Oh, so guys, Jonas is really on a roll today. I don't know what's going on with Jonas. I know you're normally on a roll, Jonas. Jonas actually makes a good point here. Jonas says most people don't even know that the work from Socrates, Plato, etc., are only present today because of Islam. That is true, folks. As a matter of fact, that work was lost to Europe. It was only when Christians conquered southern Spain and basically looted a bunch of Islamic libraries that they found the works of Plato and Socrates, etc., and were able to translate them into Latin, Greek, and other languages that the Europeans were ever able to read them. If the Muslims had not codified it and written it down first, it would have been lost forever. That is the same for a lot of work, because if there's one thing the Europeans were good at doing in the Middle Ages, it was destroying knowledge. Okay, unless you were a monk, in which case only certain kind of knowledge would you store. Yep, okay. Andalusia. God, I always mess up. Okay, and the Muslims were the ones who maintained all that. They did, and right. Yep, 100%, Jonas, 100%, and that's why it's insane to me. Like the ISIS people are so fringe and so not what Islam is, right? And like, I mean, think of the word algebra. Algebra, that is a Muslim, that is from an Islamic society. Okay, like algebra. A lot of stars in the night sky are named after Arabic words and stuff because astronomers and such, a Muslim astronomer, like, okay, it's okay, Jonas. I totally understand. And I hope you all know that I know we're watching some stuff about ISIS here. This is not reflective of Muslims. I do hope everyone knows that, okay? And I know I don't like even talking about this stuff because there is so much Islamophobia, but and later without, oh, totally. And I'm an atheist too, Val resident. I totally get that. But I agree with you. Islam massively contributed. Without Islam, the Enlightenment almost certainly would have happened later. I did start early, Alyssa, but we're not really doing anything too serious at the moment, Alyssa. We're just finishing the rest of this video,
You see here
or as much of it as we can.
drawing.
Yeah. They painted all over it. Wow. Must have been beautiful.
Now, would you like to see how does it look like
Now, I will say, well, okay.
inside the tombs?
And guys, don't forget, and this is bad because remember the beginning of this documentary, right? This is not what Syria looks like everywhere. We saw earlier that these are human beings. The majority of them are living their lives, smiling, happy, blah, blah. Okay, you know what I mean. But so I just don't want to present, I don't even like showing this stuff because I don't want to present a skewed view of people in the region, right? Just want to remind everyone of that.
They broke it looking for treasures inside it.
Holy
Oh, wow. So they're like Europeans. They're like just breaking they're stealing the treasures from all the tombs and stuff, just like the Europeans did in Egypt, etc.
From the mummies.
We've locked the door on Duma inside the tomb.
Although the Syrian people have been surrounded by so much pain, it seems that they often find ways to laugh, even in the darkest of times. They know more than many the importance of finding joy
Well, almost certainly, Jonas. Almost certainly, right?
in the little things.
Ready? Okay, I can see you.
Okay. So guys, we'll finish
uneasy.
this up. We can't watch the whole thing because it's too long. We'll stop this in a second. We'll move on to the next video I wanted to talk with all of you about.
Feeling knowing that this is
And we'll
still
finish it
here.
later.
This beautiful treasure is permanently destroyed.
Yeah.
How do you feel?
I don't know, I have no words to describe it.
I should also point out, folks, and if you all think I'm being a bit too defensive here, you have to understand the world is full of Islamophobia, okay, or whatever. All right. So, do we remember when the United? Let me see. Okay, Jonathan Swift. Also not sure my message about the piece I went through. Is it saying I'm going to go through? I'm sorry, Jonathan. I did not see it. Do you mind sending it again? Forgive me. I don't know why it didn't go through. So, do we remember when the United States invaded Iraq? And there was a beautiful museum in Baghdad that had all this ancient artifacts and things like that from ancient Mesopotamia. Some of the most famous artifacts found in ancient Mesopotamia, and the United States. That's Mithra. Okay, the United States. On a side note here, they decided to not post any guards at the front of this museum as they invaded, in a very blatant act of stupidity, which then allowed the whole place to be looted and hundreds of thousands, if not millions or billions of dollars worth of artifacts. And that's not counting the historic values of the artifacts is gone. Okay. Because of the United States. So I just want to be clear, as I keep saying, this is not an Islamic phenomenon. All right. That even though everyone always wants it to be, it is not. Okay. The destruction of property and the destruction of artifacts is a very human thing that all kinds of humans do because human beings can be awful and inconsiderate. I just want to point that out as always. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Muslim here. ITS. It's called haram. Oh, sorry. What's ITS? Hiba Hawari. What's called haram? All right. Let's continue.
I can't believe people still
Welcome,
make weapons and put all those money on those stupid things.
Welcome, Hiba
And
Hawari.
There's a war emerging every now and then.
He knows who has the staff. Okay.
Oh, you brought dog food?
Yeah, I always have dry food for cats and dogs. I'm an animal lover, and
Aw.
especially for stray animals.
Oh, I know, Jonas, right? I know. All right. Jonathan, the peace activist I was talking about was an 80-year-old Israeli peace activist who had lost his 14-year-old daughter in a suicide bombing done by Hamas. That inspired him to research more about the occupation of the Palestinian territories. He eventually came to the conclusion that it was the result of Israel. Oh my God, what a man, Jonathan! What a man. Okay, that's amazing. I'm sorry. Hello, Hiba Hawari. What is? I'm sorry. Maybe I'm misunderstanding. What is haram? What is haram? What are you saying is haram? Okay.
Unfortunately, lots of people don't treat them well. So yeah, I try to make it up for them.
Hi, buddy.
Yeah, please. I would love to see that, Jonathan
he's so
Swift.
happy.
People literally were dying because of hunger, and we couldn't do
Oh my
anything
goodness.
about it. That's why I even feed cats, you know? Like, those are the creatures that can't speak if they're hungry.
After hours of driving, we finally arrived at the city of Homs. Once the home of 2.5 million people, almost the same amount as within the city limits of Paris, today only 400,000 remain. Meaning 2.1 million of them were either killed, displaced.
Hibawari, I'm sorry. Hibawari, I'm sorry. I must be misunderstanding. What is it you're saying is haram? What are we? Maybe I'm misunderstanding you, Hiba.
Or refugees. An entire city reduced to rubble.
And Homs is your home city, huh? Had you been in this neighborhood before the crisis? I've never seen.
Thank you. Okay, guys, Jonas just posted the Discord in chat here. Please join the Discord if you haven't already. We have a great community on there. It's growing fast. You can post things for me to react to, etc. So please do that. If we get 2 more super chats or 200 bits on Twitch also counts towards this, or subscribing on Twitch using Amazon Prime for free or otherwise will count towards this. I will put on the jester collar. Oh, I got you. So you're saying I said it right. I got you, Hiba. Thank you. Okay, forgive me. I understand what you're saying now.
Destruction in my entire life.
Yeah, Outer Signal. Evil Resident, you should join our Discord and add some stuff for me to react to.
What the f***?
Jesus. Oh, I got you, the evil resident. Okay, I'm sorry, Hiba. Sometimes I get caught up in the video. So what you're saying, Hiba, is that he was explaining that stealing and raiding, destroying buildings is haram. I got you now. I got you. All right. Thank you. Evil resident, you are new to the chat, but you've already long been in my heart, evil resident. Thank you for explaining. This is so sad. Oh my God. As if seeing images of Gaza isn't enough. Now we got to also see images of this. All right. Jesus Christ. Good content creator. I've never seen his stuff before, but this is good. And I'm going to, well, again, I know I said I would stop it here pretty soon. I will after he gets out of this town. I'm enjoying it, and I would much rather watch a little bit something else and not completely watch this. Yeah, man's inhumanity to man, guys. And so often us humans like to tribalize and make this about one group or another group, but this is a human issue, and it's really something we as a humanity need to address because, okay. Well, we've talked about this before.
Do you think it's gonna be like this? For real?
No, this is way worse than I thought.
Jesus.
It doesn't get easy. Like,
yeah.
I come here around once a week. I always discover new places. Like.
Dear God. I try to find a place for everything. Well, other than those who hate, I will sort out a Discord. Okay, thank you. I said I live around many Muslims. My eldest child's friends are very multicultural, so I try to find a place for everything. Well, other than those who hate. I got you, evil resident. I got you.
This is the first time for me in this neighborhood, but like, it's hard. It's really hard. Like after 10 years of war, I still didn't get used to the scenes of destruction. The families, where are they now?
Yeah.
What happened to them?
As I walked around, it slowly dawned on me.
This used to be a very crowded market.
It's so sad. Oh my goodness. Actually, this took a very dark turn. I get it though.
Now look at this.
Yeah.
That every street I walked was once someone's neighborhood. That every destroyed shop was once someone's dream. And every room that I stepped into was once someone's home.
So you never moved back into your original town?
My original town is now wholly destroyed.
I am honestly not sure, Alyssa, what city we're in right now, but we are in Syria. Yeah, it's heartbreaking, Hiba.
You can't live there. Like, no electricity, no water pipes, nothing. We'll need to rebuild it from scratch. And even though if it's rebuilt, I wouldn't want to go there again. Never. Because I would always
Agreed,
see
Jonathan
the
Swift.
ghosts of the people who passed away. Like the memories I had about my neighborhood will never come back. Like the buildings are destroyed, the people are either dead or went abroad and never will come back.
Alyssa, that's a hard question to answer. Partially, yes. In this case, so Alyssa, I would say yes. This is partially because of the United States, because the fact that we destroyed Iraq illegally and murdered, just hundreds of thousands of civilians, completely crushed Saddam Hussein's regime, which opened up the door for a group like ISIS to form and allowed them to arm and allowed them to start launching these attacks. So yeah, I would say the United States is responsible. And I would also say that, we funded there's a lot. The United States is definitely involved in this. Now, were we directly responsible for this city being destroyed? No, but that doesn't mean we weren't indirectly responsible for it in many different ways. Okay.
Would be a very big burden on my heart. I would never want to go back there.
Yeah, Alyssa, it does check out, right? Yay, American imperialism. Hey. But no, it's those Muslims' fault. It's all of their fault. Okay, it's insane. All right.
It's a grammar lesson, the page number, the lesson and examples on it.
This is a classroom. Basketball court, probably a lot of kids playing here every day. Traces of destruction, bullet holes and explosion even on a school is...
Yeah. Oh, Jonas, you don't know America, right? Otter signal. It's insane. Okay, Jonas, God, Jonas, you're going to make me cry, Jonas. Yeah, it is disgusting how, like, in the UK, in America, all these people who are like, oh, the Muslims are flooding in and they're taking over. Oh, yeah, well, maybe you shouldn't have destroyed the countries they're coming from, right? Maybe, that's Homs. Thank you, Mithril. Maybe if you hadn't contributed to the destruction, your country hadn't contributed to the destruction of their lives in the Middle East and deprived them of what they need to survive, right? And then to make them out to be the aggressors or the ones doing something wrong by trying to survive and coming to your country. I've talked before about how in the United States, we have over and over again bombed, overthrown, kept poor countries in South America where a lot of immigrants are coming from. And because of us, they want to come to the United States because we have not allowed their countries to develop economically. And then we get mad when they come to the United States and make them out to be the bad ones. Okay. The injustice and inhumanity is absolutely mind blowing. Yeah. All right.
Beyond heartbreaking. I don't think it gets sadder than this. Tuesday, 1st of March, 2011. The last day anyone stepped foot in this school.
No, evil resident, don't get me wrong. I'm using very generalized language. I am against the elites. I am not saying the average American is responsible for this. I am not saying that, the average British person has much ability to change these things. I hope you all know when I refer to these things, I'm referring to the political elites and those with power. who are basically responsible for most of this. The average American doesn't have the power to do much. I got to tell you. I mean, there's more we could do, but so I agree with you there. I agree with you there, evil resident. Okay.
As time passed, the injustice of the situation consumed my mind. I couldn't stop myself from thinking, why me? Why did I just happen to be born in a country where on March 1st, 2011, I had a completely normal day at school, but in this part of the world, the lives of these children were destroyed forever? Why?
And do you remember who funded Hamas there, Jonathan Swift? Do you remember who was the big advocate for the funding of Hamas? I'm just curious if you know, because it's not like Netanyahu and Hamas rose separately. There was, okay, I'm curious, Jonathan Swift.
Why did I get so lucky and they and hell break loose? How on earth can two people on different sides of the world go through such misery and happiness at the same time? How are there weddings and war in the same moments, birthdays and funerals? I was struggling to find answers in a world that at the end of the day is simply unfair. My heart experienced pain in this moment that shook me to the core, and I think changed things within me forever.
I've seen ghost towns. I've seen a lot.
You know what? You're evil resident. I support that. I support that. Again, great contribution there, evil
A
resident.
lot of abandoned places, and I've been to both Iraq and Afghanistan.
Hello, Hiyori. I'm glad to see you, Hiyori. How are you doing?
I don't think there's anything that.
Yep, Netanyahu did. Netanyahu funded Hamas. I love that, don't you? Honestly, guys, Netanyahu, one of the if not the biggest terrorist in the world today, right? Okay, I cannot stand that man. Oh my God, he needs to be in The Hague. I swear, whenever I hear his name, my blood pressure goes up. When I see his face, I feel like, okay. Okay, I guess we're not talking about that at the moment, but that man needs to be on trial, and I wouldn't mind if they brought back the firing squad. Okay, I'm sorry. That's okay. I shouldn't say that. Okay.
Compares to what I've just seen.
When you see it like this, I haven't visited here before. So seeing it like this, it's hard to imagine how it once was. Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah, absolutely outer signal.
This is Syria. That's exactly why I'm so grateful that you're doing this, because they're not going to be breaking news a normal day in Syria. No, breaking news.
God damn it, outer signal. Thank you for being my lawyer. I mean, a hypothetical firing squad. You're right. Like a firing squad with like water guns, right? Water guns, by the way. Like pew pew, shoot a little water. Hee. Netanyahu got wet. Ooh, this is fun. Okay, like I don't mean. All right, and of course there would have to be a legal process first. I'm not talking. Okay, you know what? I'm digging a grave for myself.
Terrorists are attacking a certain place in Syria. Here on the ground, this is what life is actually like. There are children here that go to school every day, passing through these monuments now. This is the real life.
Jesus Christ. Okay. Are we? We're gonna pause after they get out of the city, and we're gonna do something else. I know, Luis. I need to stop digging that hole.
So we are buying fuel on the black market right now. How long?
Hiyori, this is Syria. This is Syria.
How long is the line usually if you try and go?
Jonas, I don't know, but I'm with you there, right? That would be the best use. I'll use the language people in the UK can understand. That would be the best use of the loo I can imagine.
Wait.
All right.
It's about maybe multiple hours.
Sometimes it takes a full day, like 24 hours or more.
There's a 12-year-old who has a tank of gas in his backyard who's giving us gas right now.
At this point of my trip, I thought I'd seen it all. The historical monuments.
Okay, guys, we're going to stop with this. We're going to be watching it in parts because it's very long. So I wanted to move on to something else here that we could talk about. Yeah, and we'll get to those too, Matt Saigai. Just these are very long videos, so I got to be careful. Yeah, I know, Hiyori. It's kind of dark. I know, right? Okay, guys. So this, obviously, this is an interesting video about Syria. For those who didn't see the beginning, the whole point of us watching is to show that not everything in Syria is all bad as always, as you may think. We did see at the beginning here a really great thriving community. So I just want to be clear about that. We're going to add more. We're going to add. We'll be watching more of this over in our constant quest to humanize the people of the Middle East, because God knows so much of the world doesn't seem to view them as human. Agreed, Jonathan Swift, and a lot of people who are not are not wanted by the ICC should be charged by the ICC and brought to the Hague. But alas, it is not. Okay. Yes. Okay. Oh, I know, Alyssa. I'm trying to, I'm speaking to the audience. Not everyone has been in here the whole time. Okay. And that includes Putin, by the way. Putin should also be tried by the ICC. Okay. Just put on trial. Okay. So, but of course, we know that'll probably never happen, because if you're from a Western country or a country with power, it's almost impossible for you to ever be tried at all. Now, if you're from Africa, and then, almost certainly you'll be brought to trial and found guilty. But very rare for people from wealthy countries to be, no matter how monstrous they are, to be tried and found guilty in the ICC. Okay. All right. So moving on here. Yep. Oh, we did the same thing, Jonas. The United States did the same thing. And I'm not surprised Britain did that too. Okay. The ICC has put out an arrest warrant for the ICC. Yeah. Okay, guys. So let's watch this next thing now. This is, what time is it? Do we got time for this? Yeah, I agree. They put out an arrest warrant for porn, but that's my point, Jonathan Swift. He'll never be tried or found guilty. He'll never be put on trial. You know that, right, Jonathan Smith? And that's the point. They can put out arrest warrants, but they will never be able to enforce them against the powerful people of the world. Okay, you see what I mean? It's so unfair. It's very unfair. And then, of course, they will never even put an arrest warrant out for some people. Like George W. Bush should have had an ICC arrest warrant, never did. Henry Kissinger never did. I could go there, like almost every American president should have had an ICC arrest warrant, but never did. So that's good. That's good. Yay for us. Love it. Yeah, exactly. And outer signal, I would argue too, because you're right. There's Milosevic, but Milosevic was almost not a European. How do I phrase this? The Balkans are sort of the least powerful and wealthy part of Europe, so it's kind of easier to go after Milosevic, even though he was, anyway. But yes, that was like the one European that was tried, was a European from a weaker country in Europe, would have been Milosevic. But almost all of them have been African since then. Yeah, no, that's fair, Jonathan, but not internationally. And we'll see if he goes to jail. I'm not convinced, Jonathan, at all. I'm not convinced at all that he'll end up in jail in Israel at all. I'm not convinced. But, he might, but he definitely won't go to jail over murder, mass murder and genocide. Okay? I definitely won't. Yeah, you got me, Gouter. You phrased it better than I did, Outer Signal. He's not part of the core power structure. All right. So, you guys, let's go down here. We got some more here. Absolutely, vile resident. Okay. Now, I do think this is. I'm trying to find the other video I wanted to show you all. Jonathan Swift. Americans hate Donald Trump's guts, but I don't think Donald Trump's ever going to be found guilty of a crime and put in prison because he has lots of power. You see what I mean? That doesn't mean that just because Israelis hate Netanyahu doesn't mean that he's going to end up in jail, because powerful people are always protected. And we'll find out if Netanyahu's put in jail, but I really doubt it, Jonathan Swift. But that is fair. Yeah, okay, exactly. There you go, MP Klerner. That's my point exactly, right? So, I mean, I can't be sure of that, Jonathan Swift, but I can almost guarantee that he will not be put in jail. And the Israeli public will definitely not put him in jail for doing anything against the Palestinians, because they largely agree with it. They just do, which is, okay. That's what all the stats show. All right, you guys. So This
So
is,
British
I don't,
people have been packing up everything, taking their savings and moving to Russia, and things have been going terribly.
okay, here, this is interesting. I saw this. I don't know if it's going to be good, but I thought you all might find it kind of interesting. This is a video about, I guess there's been a lot of English people, or not English people, British men who have been moving to Russia because they say they don't like living in the UK. And they basically fall for Russian misinformation and then they move to Russia. And I'm not doing this to be like Russophobic, but I do think it's kind of funny. Because Russia does have a lot of propaganda out there. And you all know I'm not pro American imperialism. I am not, right, Jonathan Swift? I am not against what Russia's doing because I'm American. I am against Russia because they are an imperialist power like the United States and they're attacking their neighbor for no good reason. And okay, so I do think this is funny that there are some English people who are being tricked by Russian propaganda to go to Russia and live there. And okay, and then apparently they're getting there and then they're shocked at how unpleasant it is to live there from their perspective. Okay, and there have been Americans, by the way, who have done the same thing. There are some Americans who, like some really far right Americans, yeah, there you go, Louise. I'm not going to say that out loud, but I get that, Louise. And I'm not just going after the UK here. There have been American men too who have done this, right wingers who think Putin is like a god king. And it's just funny to me. So let's watch.
Just like this guy.
Rent.
Yeah,
It's
Hillary.
been quite a lot.
Guys, as a gay man, I definitely want to live in Russia. Okay. I definitely want to move to Russia. Not good for gay people there.
City, it makes up most of what someone would earn on the average salary here, and it's getting a bit crazy.
Yeah,
a lot of people here will only rent to Russians, and it's pretty widespread. You go on the website.
Weird. He's saying that a lot of people in Russia would only rent to Russians. It's almost like there's kind of an ethno-nationalist thing going on there in Russia, which most people would know if they actually read about what's going on in Russia, how like a lot of the people that get sent to the front lines are ethnic minorities in a sort of a soft ethnic cleansing that they're doing. They love sending Muslim minorities and people with dark skin from the fringes of Russian society to the front lines. Okay. Yeah, and yet he's shocked. All right. I'm sorry.
It's for renting property here, and you'll find Russians only been mentioned in a lot of the adverts, almost all of them. That would be illegal in other countries, but it's Russia. My now wife, she got asked a few questions by the FSB. I was kept for 6 hours.
He moved to Russia for a better life. He's complaining about high prices, being followed, racism, being interrogated, watched by the FSB, and basically just having...
Jonas. Yeah, Jonas, I am so sorry that you feel that way. Yeah, I really am, Jonas. It's disgusting that you feel that way. It's disgusting that you have to feel that way, that the society you're living in. So Jonas says, should I just leave because I don't want to stay where I'm tolerated at best? How about I'm accepted because I'm a decent person and a bloody national? Jonas, yeah, I don't have words for that. That is horrific. I know a lot of folks in here are people of color who live in the UK or who are not white. I'm using American language here, not like you are British just like the rest, and I know the British people in here agree with me on that. I hope you all can find at least some community in the UK, and I know they exist, that do acknowledge you as just as English or Scottish or Welsh as everyone else. And it's disgusting that that you have to feel that way. It really is. And honestly, I feel the same way about the United States. You know, there are a lot of Americans who view non-white Americans as equal and as just as native as they are. But there is a very dangerous and frustrating number of Americans who do not. And it makes it very hard to live comfortably in a country and to feel accepted. I'm really sorry you're feeling that way.
A miserable life. And he joins one of 1,500 new people, Americans and British, who have moved to Russia on their brand new
oh, look, Americans too. See, I was right.
Traditional values scheme. It sounds
traditional So that's how they're doing it. They're being like, "Come to Russia and live with traditional values." And I wonder what that means, right? I wonder what that means in a Russian context. I think we all can guess, but
Fantastic. If you look on the website, it offers an escape from degenerate Western policies. It shows
there we go.
pictures of beautiful mountains, families dancing outside of Moscow, St. Petersburg, and the ballet. And it's basically an opportunity, if you're sick of liberal values in the West,
God,
if you're
evil
sick of seeing
resident.
people with pink hair walking through the streets, a true escape to the motherland. And it's usually the end result for every single person. And that
Jesus Christ. Okay, that's so ridiculous. They're going. So that's been a Russian propaganda point. Has been, we don't. We believe there's only men and women, and we believe in family values, and we're not degenerate like the West and all those gay people over in the West, and all that. Okay, and all right, yeah, Yuri. Okay, even though Russia, by the way, it's funny because Putin claims that one of the reasons they're attacking Ukraine is because they have to denazify Ukraine, even though Russia has like one of the largest numbers of neo Nazis anywhere in the world. But anyway. Well, Macy, good question. I don't know, but probably because they're actually low population. I know, right? In your groove, my point exactly, right? Okay, and so they're moving because these lunatics out in the West. Yep, right. SoCal. Okay.
includes the Hoffman family. I spoke about this a few months ago. It's an American family that moved from the South all the way to Moscow and had a pretty terrible time. Mr. Hoffman, the father, took up a
Yeah,
contract,
Jonathan
apparently to
Swift.
be an engineer. He thought he'd be welding with the Russian army, coming home after a 9-to-5 job.
He signed up to weld in the Russian army. How? Forgive me, but how ignorant would you have to be to think that's a good idea right now?
Ended up getting about a week of training and sent straight to the front lines. His wife uploaded videos going crazy about this, saying she hasn't heard from him, she doesn't know what's going on, she couldn't possibly have expected any of this.
He was told he would not be training for 2 weeks and going straight to the front lines. They are going to put him on the
Shocking, shocking. The country that's having trouble maintaining its war force in order to complete what it wants to do in Ukraine would immediately force you into the military after you signed up for the military.
front lines. So we are all praying.
Yeah, you're right, SoCal. And they're saying here there were other Americans here too.
Really hard that he could actually be utilized for his skills and not just be put as a fighter.
Obviously, if you're watching this video, this seems like it would have been the obvious outcome. But to so many people moving to Russia, they genuinely think that they're going to get treated like first-class citizens, not realizing that Russians...
By the way, folks, I'm pausing it here, and I got to do a little self-promotion. If we get 2 more super chats, I'll put on the jester collar. You can send a super chat on YouTube for $2, or if you're on Twitch, 200 bits will count as a super chat. We need 2 more, and I'll put on the collar. Okay, if we get to 5, I will put on the jester makeup. If we get to 7, we'll play a game. If we get to 10, I will do a jester after dark. Just wanted to remind everyone, if you're over on Twitch, you can subscribe for free using Amazon Prime, which will help send me some of Jeff Bezos's money. And I'm trying to stream longer every day. If you guys haven't noticed, there's some days I've been coming on for longer. And in order to justify it, well, not in order to justify it, I'm saying, so I am trying to do that more and more, but just letting everyone know that. What else? I think that's basically it. We'll just continue watching this.
Don't even treat their own...
And please join our Discord. And if you join our Discord, you can add things to the recommendations channel for me to react to.
Citizens, like first-class citizens.
Right,
and the fate of Derek Hoffman is probably going to be the same fate as Russell Bentley or Russell...
Yeah, this guy. Do we remember this guy? This is that American guy that SoCal was talking about. I out-cheered too. Oh, you did, Jonas? Okay, my mistake. I apologize, Jonas. I will put on the jester collar. So Jonas did cheer. Actually, I didn't notice it. So we're putting on the. We're slowly transforming, folks. We're slowly transforming. We're getting there as the global circus continues. And then, folks, in a little bit here, we'll get into the main part of the stream. I got you. Yeah, and honestly, MP Klerner and who was the other one that mentioned this? I have been bad about posting new videos on YouTube recently. This whole month, I haven't posted anything. I'll get back to it because I was trying to sort of do more live streaming to expand that audience. But you're right. I need to do more on YouTube as well. I will definitely get back to that. Thank you for reminding me.
Bentley. He called himself the Donbass Cowboy, an American that moved to Russia years ago who was killed, tortured, accused of being a Western spy. And literally 6 days ago, there was a court case.
Jonathan Swift, trust me, right? Trust me, we know. Us Americans over here, we know. Okay?
In Moscow with the people accused of doing it. And since this scheme was announced this year, this traditional values scheme, 1,500 families have moved to Russia. 170
Jonathan Swift, actually.
Two of them American. And the story turns out pretty much exactly the same for every single one. But looking back, Russia isn't doing this because they want to embrace the world, because they want to be diverse, and they want Americans to truly embrace their freedom. They're doing it for two reasons. One is PR. They want to pretend that the West is weak and that they're a bastion of hope, of democracy, of traditional family values, which obviously they're not. They have some of the highest divorce rates in the developed world. They've got highest HIV rates across the Western Hemisphere. But still, it's all about image. And the second reason is because they're having a gigantic labor famine. Industries are collapsing right across the board. Russian newspapers in the last few days have reported 40% of Russians aren't able.
Vile resident, are you going to be, how long are you, I don't know if I should say that. I don't know, is this breaking like unspoken rules on Twitch? Are you going to be streaming for a long time today? Evil resident. I don't care if I'm breaking norms. I don't give a shit. I'm just asking.
Able to afford essential goods like food just after their paychecks.
This is becoming a bit of a pattern. More than 40% of working Russians surveyed admit they either barely have enough money
Jonas,
or do not have enough money before payday to buy food and essential goods.
Industries like steel and metal are collapsing. Some of the top 10 biggest Russian companies are experiencing massive labor famines.
Kommersant reports on the crisis in the Russian metals industry. The metallurgical industry remains in one of the most protracted crises in its history.
And so they need to import people left, right, and center to replace ethnic Russians. And it's causing massive issues within Russian society. If you look on TikTok in Russia...
Oh, really shocking. Shocking that it's causing...
There are videos of Indians boasting how great it is, having just moved to Moscow, just moved to St. Petersburg, about how many available women there are.
Yeah. What is going on? This is Russia's such an okay. Yep, the Pax Americana has ended,
and this is obviously causing Russians to lose their mind because most.
I got you. I was asking Evil Resident because I could send people over after I'm done. Anyway,
Russia is incredibly racist, but it's a brand new phenomenon all across Russian society as Indians flooding the dating scene. Actually, if you watch some dating shows in Russia, they're literally including this as a segment. But because of the war that Russia's unleashed on this country, there's over 1 million injured or killed in action Russian ethnic soldiers, which is why they've had to bring in North Koreans, Africans, and people from all across the world. If you look at any interviews with prisoners of war that have been captured in the last few months, there have been countless people from places like Africa who say they moved to Russia on student visas or just for work opportunities, that were offered contracts or pushed to take contracts, pushed to sign contracts, who then get sent straight to the front line, a lot of the time against their will.
Yeah, that's what I'm telling you. They're doing a soft form of ethnic cleansing over in Russia. I don't know if it's even, is there such thing as a soft form? I guess I'm trying to differentiate it from like direct ethnic cleansing, like what's happening in Gaza, but they are trying to sort of do a soft ethnic cleansing.
I said, Mr. Aggie, what am I doing here? This is military camp.
Yeah.
I said, Richard, the contract is signed, is for the military. And the easiest way to have documents, you have your freedom, except you be in the military for 1 year. From then, after your 1 year finish, you have your documents, you are free in Russia. I said, no, this is not my plan.
And it's because Russians are running out of Russians to throw at the front lines. And things are getting far, far worse. You can already see the effects of this right now on the front lines in this country. There's a city called Kupiansk. I was filming with the drone unit there, about 10 kilometers from the Russian front lines back in March this year. And it was basically fully encircled, if not entirely besieged, by the Russian army. And in the last few days, Zelensky appeared standing right outside the entrance to the city, boasting about how
because the average Russian soldier is not their fault that they're being slaughtered in mass.
The Ukrainians had pushed the Russians back.
It's all Putin's fault, let's put it that way.
And they have. And the reason that happened is because Russia decided to focus every single bit of manpower they have taking Pokrovsk. A few months ago, Putin basically announced the capture of that city by any means necessary. And what Russia had to do was move soldiers from different parts of the front line to take that city.
We don't need this right now. I just want to hear about what's
empty.
Okay, you know, we're going to stop there. We get the general idea. I'm sorry. I know I haven't finished any these videos, but that one kind of was not what I wanted at the end. I just wanted to hear about the people who are actually moving there. Okay, guys. So have we seen, all right, what time is it? Can we start the Yeah, cannon fodder. There you go, Jonathan's like complete cannon fodder. That's what they're being used as, cannon fodder, which is a classic Russian thing. They did it in World War II. They've done it before, being used as cannon fodder. All right. Okay. So we what next thing I'd like to do here. What time is it? It's 1:15. I guess we could get into the good stuff, right? We could get into the good stuff. I was going to wait till 2 o'clock to get into our regular scheduled programming, but I think we can kind of start a little bit earlier. Why not, right? Why not, everyone? So, some things I wanted to talk about here. And we'll watch one more little video before we get into we get into the news and stuff. How about we do this? Give me a second. We could do your 5 hour. That's true, Hiyori. That's a good point. Okay, you know what? Let's do this. Have we watched
Thanks
this?
everybody who watches the Ass Project.
I don't know if we've seen. Have I shown you guys this? Let's just watch this real fast. You know what? Oh, I know, Jonas. I know. But all at the same time, Jonas, it's a bit more complicated than that. I agree. NATO has not helped the situation by being aggressive in their expansion and things like that. But I am not pro that. But Russia did not need to launch a war of aggression for that. And there's other things too, Jonas. There's a long history in Russia of seeking to gain control of certain countries for the sake of geopolitical safety. There's more to it than that, but I do get your point. Okay. Discord recommendations. Oh, you're right. I could do that, MP Klerner. Okay, I'm setting up for a 20+ hour stream over Christmas of many Resident. Oh, that's amazing. So I stream longer hours. And no, I assumed I was just saying I've really enjoyed this. I don't normally do live streams. Oh, cool. Okay. I got you, I got you, Evil. All right. So you know what? Let's do this. Oh, okay. You know what, guys? Sorry, I'm seeing all these new messages. So, Cal, so I am going to ask now before I forget, what is the holiday streaming schedule going to be? Obviously, you'll be taking Thursday off. Are you taking Wednesday, Friday off too? I'm not sure yet, SoCal. I don't think I will be. I think I'll be streaming on Wednesday and Friday. I will say this coming weekend, I won't be streaming on Saturday I won't be streaming on Saturday or Monday this coming weekend. Well, I guess Monday isn't the weekend, but I just wanted to let you know. Okay. All right. So I am ADHD as hell, Alyssa. You all know it. You all know it. Okay. So let's just watch this real fast. And then I'll get to the main stuff. This is another video I just wanted to show all of you. You know how interested I am in sort of genocidal, how people start thinking in sort kind of a genocidal way. You know, I studied the Nazis and fascism and things like that. So this is a guy who went, I believe, to Israel and asked people, do you see Jews as equal to you? Do you see non-Jews as equal to you? I don't know if you guys have seen this. It's a 10-minute video. So we'll watch this and then we'll go on to some other stuff, but all right.
It's really, really appreciated. I've noticed lately that the amount of views.
אתה רואה גויים כשווים, כבני אדם.
כן, ודאי.
אוקיי, כל הזכויות שיש לך, כאילו, מגיע להם.
אני רואה את עצמי כמיוחד יותר, אבל ודאי שווה זכויות.
אוקיי, מה זה אומר מיוחד יותר? באיזה מובן? מישהו שלא מבין.
במובן הדתי.
אוקיי, שזה נותן לך מה?
אני חושב שיש לי ייעוד גדול יותר. הייעוד שלי הוא חשוב יותר.
Okay. Do you see Jews and non-Jews as the same?
Okay. I did Jonathan Swift. I majored in history and anthropology, and then I went to graduate school to get a PhD in history. I did not complete my PhD, but I did, in fact, get my master's, and eventually I'm going to probably go back and finish the PhD. A lot happened, so I couldn't finish it. But yes, history and anthropology are my two fields of study, if that makes sense. Okay. So I want to point out this: we are not conflating Jewish people and Zionists. I want to throw that out there. I'm showing you this because Israeli society has largely gone mad. I'm just going to be frank about it. the trauma of the past things that have happened to Jewish people mixed with state-sponsored nationalism and dehumanizing of other people have made a lot of Israelis kind of crazy in their views of the world. And if you ever wonder how a society can descend to a point of doing a genocide and things like that, it's very interesting to see the question, how people answer these questions here. Okay. So that's what we're doing here. Do you major in history? Yeah, you're majoring in history, Jonathan. So that's very cool. All right, so let's watch.
Are you Jewish?
Yeah.
Are they Jewish?
No.
So what's the purpose of the question?
People outside
okay.
want to know, from a Haredi point of view, do you see Jews and non-Jews as...
Of course not, Jonas, right? They'll talk about the Islamic extremism, but they won't talk about this kind of extremism, will they?
The same.
I'll answer you politically. In the
He's being blunt about it. He doesn't want to say. Okay.
I don't want political. Yeah. Okay. Fine.
In the eyes of Hashem, we all are created. In the eyes of God, we are all created. But as you know, as the Chumash, the Bible says, the Jews are the chosen nation. So you can't exactly consider that when there's testimony from Hashem that we are different. So it's not my opinion, it's Hashem's opinion. I just happen to follow Hashem.
Okay.
גויים, אנשים לא יהודים, הם פחות או inferior, כאילו, to Jews, ליהודים.
הם נחותים
נחותים, כן.
בשום אופן לא. אין שום קשר.
All right, here we go.
אין שום קשר יהודי וגוי לגבי רמת משכל או רמת מוסריות. זה רק עניין של מסורות. ליהודים יש מסורת מסוימת, לגויים יש מסורת אחרת. הם יכולים להיות כאן וכאן, להתחלף. שום קשר.
Wait, I'm confused. I don't know what he was saying there. I was having trouble interpreting what that meant. Yeah. Yeah, it's messed up. Okay, I'm not sure what I'm not quite sure what that guy was saying. It was kind of confusing, but
גויים כשווים, כאילו בזכויות, כבני אדם.
נראה אותם כאן כיצירה של הקדוש.
Okay, good for him.
זה לא משנה. מבחינת אדם הם אדם. שיתנהגו כמו בן אדם, אז הם שווים כאדם.
למה אתה חושב שהם לא מתנהגים כמו...
לא אמרתי שהם לא, אמרתי אם הם לא מתנהגים...
לא, אבל למה זה אז עלה לך לראש?
כי גם אני, לא רק גויים, גם יהודי שלא מתנהג כיהודי, הוא לא נחשב, התורה אומרת להרוג אותו גם, אם צריך.
להרוג אותו, אוקיי.
Oh, wow. So if you don't act like a Jew, he said, then it says in the Torah that you should be killed. Oh, that's good. Hello, ISIS, is that you? You see what I mean? It doesn't surprise me because that, of course, tribal always... Yeah, absolutely. Jonas, you're right. This is why I'm anti-nationalism, anti-tribalism. Okay.
בטח, יש הלכות, מה, לפי התורה אני אומר, לא... ולכן אני אומר, מי שמתנהג כבן אדם, ויש לו את הזכות להיות בן אדם, אז יש לו זכויות של אדם. מי שמתנהג חד ושלום לא כאדם, אין לו דינים של אדם.
האם אתה רואה אנשים יהודים ולא יהודים כאותו דבר, כאותו דבר?
אני יודע שיש כל מיני תפיסות.
Oh my God, the fact that you have to pause is so disturbing.
שיש איזשהו הבדל בין יהודים ללא יהודים. אני מבחינת
And I will say, guys, there is an issue with this sort of video is he might not be showing us everyone he's interviewing. You see what I mean? So we have to take that into account, but regardless, not great what we're doing.
השקפה שלי, אני לא מבין בזה כלום, זה משהו שאני לא חושב שאף אחד מבין בזה, באמת, והרבה אנשים לוקחים את זה לכל מיני כיוונים לא נכונים. אני יודע שאלוקים רוצה שאנחנו כולנו נהיה באהבה אחד עם השני ובכבוד אחד לשני.
אם אתה בחו"ל ואתה פוגש מישהו שהוא לא יהודי, אתה רואה אותו כאילו שווה?
כן. גם אני עובד עם אנשים שהם לא יהודים. אני איך שאני חווה את זה, אני משתדל כלפי כל בן אדם להיות באהבה ובכבוד כלפיו.
אוקיי. אני אשאל אותך, האם אתה רואה יהודים וגויים כשווים, כאילו...
כשווים?
כן. בזכויות, כאילו מגיע להם, דברים כאלה.
כן. פשוט ליהודים יש דרך חיים שבורא עולם נתן לנו. הגויים אין את זה, הם פספסו.
לא, אבל נגיד זכות הצבעה, או לגור איפה שרוצים, כאילו... מישהו שהוא... לא חשוב.
זה מדינה יהודית.
Okay, so yeah, yeah, that glass guy wasn't bad at all. He was like, yeah, I don't care. Okay.
מדינה יהודית, למה הם מצביעים? מדינה שלנו.
אבל הם מצביעים. יש להם זכות להצביע. כי הם מצליחים.
אני חושב שזה מדינה שלנו, זה שיש עכשיו 13 מנדטים לערבים, למשל.
Yeah, no, you're right. The whole country hasn't fallen to an evil resident, but I just wanted to see...
ביטחון ערבים, יכולים למסור שטחים לערבים. זה לא מתאים. מדינה יהודית, זה מדינה שלנו.
האם אתה מבדיל בין יהודים ולא יהודים? כאילו בקטע, אתה חושב שהם שווים?
Interesting.
האם אני חושב שהם שווים או מה דעתי?
דעתך, האם הם שווים?
דעתי שעדיין הם לא שווים.
שמה?
שעדיין אין שוויון.
לא, זה בסדר. האם אתה רואה, נגיד שיש לך שכן שהוא יהודי, ושכן בצד השני שהוא לא יהודי. אתה אוהב אחד ולא אוהב, זה לא משנה. אתה רואה אותם כאותו דבר?
Okay. We'll see.
שווים, כאילו...
כן.
האם אתם רואים יהודים ולא יהודים, גויים, כשווים?
They're actually all being pretty good.
אין שום הבדל.
Oh no, I know, Jonas. I didn't watch this video in advance, and I was curious. But...
למה שהוא יעשה לך רע?
דוגמה, ערבים, אתמול היה פיגוע.
לא, אבל נגיד, מישהו פה, שוודיה, אין לו משהו נגד...
אני אתן כסף לגוי ש...
No, I know, Jonas. Like, Israeli news is extremely hateful. It's like spewing hate all the time.
או משהו, אוסף כסף, אין שום בעיה, מאוד אוהב.
יש לך דעה אחרת?
קצת שונה, אני כן חושב שיהודי הוא קצת יותר... כאילו, ודאי שיהיה לי עדיפות גדולה הרבה יותר לעזור ליהודים מאשר לגוי.
למה?
למה? כי יהודי הוא אח שלי.
אוקיי. נגיד מצב שיש שני אנשים ברחוב שצריכים כסף, אתה נותן לשניהם או רק ליהודי?
ניתן לשניהם. אבל יהודי בחיבה יותר.
אתה סתם אומר את זה?
לא, אני אתן לשניהם בשביל... דבר ראשון כי אני בן אדם.
Now again, I don't know, okay.
דבר שני כי לא ליצור שנאה.
Okay.
Oh, absolutely, Jonathan. Most of them still back what's happening. That's the stats I've seen is most of them back what's happening in Gaza. There's an interesting disconnect here, right? Because a lot of them say things, but then a lot of the Israelis say like, oh, I think everyone should be treated equally. And then they're like, oh yeah, we should exterminate the Gazans and push them off their land.
Do you see Jews and non-Jews as the same?
Okay, this guy is from a West Bank settlement. So if anyone that we're seeing interviewed here is going to be an extremist, it's going to be this guy. He lives in a settlement. All right. He lives in a colonial settlement in the West Bank. $10 says it will not be great.
כאילו שווה ערך.
Oh, okay, immediately says no, they're not equal.
No.
Okay, explain.
I see Jews as the chosen nation.
Okay.
They were chosen by Hashem.
Does it make Jews better?
Makes Jews different.
Okay.
Like so, not all of our body parts are the same. They're all the same parts of the body, but there's the mind,
Jonas,
there's
100%.
the heart, there's the foot. They're not all the same. They're all part of the same body.
Do they deserve the same rights? Let's put it that way.
What
Jews, non-Jews, anyone who lives here, let's say, does everyone deserve the same? You treated the same. Let's put it that way.
I think not. I think that this is the nation of the Jews, that the Jews should have more rights than non-Jews.
Like, give me an example of a right that a Jew should have that a non-Jew shouldn't.
Right now, there's the right for Jews to come to Israel and to get your citizenship, which isn't for all non-Jews. This is the land for the Jews. All the Jews can come and live here. I think that Jews should have more rights than non-Jews.
Can you give another example? Maybe even a law that doesn't exist, or a right that should exist.
I think that the Jews should get land here, like the Bible says that each Jew
when
Oh my God, I just can't stand when people reference the Bible. I don't care if you're Christian, Jewish, I don't care. Why are we referencing the Bible? Why are we referencing the Bible? Okay, I could justify almost anything by referencing the Bible. I know, hey folks, I know there's some Christians out there. I know there's some people who believe in the Bible. I'm an atheist. Regardless, I respect your religion. I'm just saying, like, using the Bible for anything. How old of a document is it now? Completely different time period. Okay.
Yeshua came with the Jews.
Yeah, right, Meowzord. It's also the fact we've seen some of the folks here, like, they understand they're being filmed and stuff. So it's never 100% reliable to talk about interviews like this.
To Israel, each one got his own plot of land. So I think that each Jew should get his own plot of land, and non-Jews shouldn't.
What about the ones who are already here?
There's a halachic issue of having non-Jews in Israel.
Okay, there we go.
There's what's called the Gir Toshav, someone if he keeps the 7 laws of Bnei Noach.
The Noahide laws.
Then he could live in Israel.
Ooh.
The most helpful thing you can do.
Yeah, and again, guys. Okay, so that was it. I actually didn't go as bad as I thought it would. That's good news, at least. Although, of course, as I always say, when we're doing this, watching interviews, people know they're being filmed, so we also got to be careful about that. Regardless, I mean, that last guy was pretty bad, but most of them said the right things. Let's put it that way. Okay, this dude's angle isn't terrible, but behind closed doors, he probably doesn't let Arabs into his business. Oh, I know, Meowzord. I know. Guys, when I used to teach, how do I frame this? So I think I told you all, I taught in a school that was very Zionist. And and without going into details here, I would hear religious teachers saying awful, awful things about Arabs and Muslims. And then I would confront them about it. And almost always they would pretend that they hadn't said those things, or they would just lie to my face about it, even though I had literally heard it. And it was something that drove me insane. So I might have a bias here, but when I hear the folks in this video saying those things, I'm like, okay, I'm sure that that's what you actually believe. But okay, anyway, maybe I'm being biased. I am being a bit biased here, just because I had a bad experience with that. To play devil's advocate, is it really their own opinion to think Jews are better? What do you mean? You mean like, or is it like being other people are intimidating them? Which is possible, because when you're living in a fascist state, or a state that's extremely hateful, you better toe the line. Okay. These guys are Nazis. Yep. Especially the settlers, Hayori. What do you think about the two-state solution? Hey, Jonathan, I'm okay with any solution as long as the Palestinians get their own state, okay, and they're independent. Is it like their own fault for thinking so when they live in Israel? No, you're right, Cheese Soup. That's why I'm saying, like, I like looking at this from the state of a society, because we could look at the social factors that create people's opinions in these ways, right? And like the social pressures and things like that. And that's where I said, like, when a society, uh, when a society is going down this path, and there's tons of hateful rhetoric and demonization that backs up political realities that they want to do. This is what you see happen. You see people's ideologies become radicalized, especially when it's based on trauma, the trauma of the Holocaust and things like that. So yeah, I agree with you, Cheese Soup. I'm not trying to blame these guys individually. I mean, I kind of am, but not just like I would blame anyone who believes these things, but we have to look at it from a larger perspective. Absolutely. Some dude called Mamdani a Zionist. That's funny, Jonathan Swift. Okay, if there's no free will, is it really their opinion? Yeah, Meowzord. I mean, that's my thing, is like the society creates this. And I agree that there's no free will, Meowzord. I think I've said this before, but that doesn't mean I think we can't judge people for having bad points of view, because putting pressure on people is one of the things that'll change their point of view. We may not have freedom of will, but we are encouraged to believe and do certain things based off the feedback we get, right? Yep. Yep. All right. Okay. So, Gramscian, it's a choice most of the time. I am weird Gramscian, and you all, I know we can debate this. I don't believe in free will. I don't, the scientific consensus is largely that human beings don't really have free will. We're animals like any other group. And so we never say about an animal that, oh, that animal had, decided to bite that person, who made a choice, right? And does that mean I don't think we should have morals or we shouldn't judge people who do bad things? No, I'm just saying what that does mean is we should consider the conditions that create people, make them do certain things, right? And does that mean again? I wish I could go back and do my whole presentation on this. I don't want you all to think I'm saying that you didn't feel like you make decisions. Okay, there you go, Chisu. I know Hiyori. I know you disagree with me, Hiyori. That's okay. But that's my thought there. And actually, I think it kind of is. Gramsci, yeah, I understand that, Gramscian. I disagree, but we can disagree on this, Gramscian. Because I think even our individual decisions are pre-decided for us by our brains. And there's been lots of studies that show that your brain fires before you even make a decision and kind of your brain decides for you. It's not really like you're thinking it. It feels like you're thinking it. It's complicated, but we can talk about it at some point. All right. So, and even when you feel that you're making a decision, you're not really. You're being impacted by your past, things that have happened to you, your genetics. All these things impact you to make you decide one thing or another. Oh, I got you, Gramscian. Hey, that's fair, Vile Resident. That is fair. And again, this is not like something I need everyone to agree with me. It's just kind of my pet thing. I want people to, because I think if people think this way, they're more likely to change systems and societies because they'll stop blaming individuals and start blaming the systems that make people do these sort of things. You see what I mean? Okay. And folks, that brings us to the shooting that happened yesterday in Australia. So let's go to that. Speaking of systems, okay. Speaking of systems, it has come out. Oh, I agree, Jonathan Swift. Speaking of systems, we now know that the two people who engaged in the shooting yesterday in Australia were Muslims from the Philippines who are associated with ISIS. Now, why are we talking about this? All right. It's funny that I just happened to bring up freedom of will. So we could do what a lot of the media does, right? Some people might be like, oh, well, they're extremists, they're evil. They did this because of anti-Semitism. They did do it because of anti-Semitism, by the way. But that would to be sort of ignore larger reasons why these things happen. Okay. Yeah. Yep. Okay. And so let's take a look at this rather than kind of going by the narrative that we normally like without looking at this in depth, because we need to consider how these things happen so that we can do something about it in the future. The Philippines, by the way, perpetrators, is a very impoverished country. And a while back, and it's religiously diverse, except it is primarily Catholic. It is a very poor country, though, largely because of European and American colonialism and corporate control over certain industries. As a matter of fact, when America gave the Philippines its independence, there you go, Jonathan. Okay, that is exactly my point. When America gave the Philippines its independence, it still demanded that large chunks of the Philippines economy would be controlled from. I thought they were, Matt Saigai, weren't they, from the Philippines? Am I saying the wrong thing? Maybe there's new news about them. Right. Let me take a look. Let's just double check here to make sure I'm right. Okay. Boop-a-doop-boo, boop-a-boop-boo. Yeah. Okay. So what I'm saying is that they lived in the Philippines. I know they were in the Philippines, right? And didn't they then, that's where they got radicalized and such? They might not be ethnically Filipino. I see. They just visited the Philippines. All right. Let me see here. I'm going to just try to find the info I saw earlier. Okay, let me just. Okay, I can't find any information about them at all now. Okay, suspects identified. Okay. Okay. Have been okay. Father and son. The younger man reportedly. Okay, yeah, I see what you're saying. So they were originally in Australia, and then South Wales. So they were okay. So they lived in the Philippines, right? Okay. So then I take it back. Regardless, this is why I shouldn't look at the information too early. Regardless, so we got one. So one was Pakistani. It looks like one was. Oh God, this is kind of unclear. Maybe we need to wait longer. Regardless, so was Indian. Okay. Philippines is an ISIS proxy state, so maybe they went there to get radicalized and trained. Exactly, Meowsord. Though they did say they lived in Australia too. I mean, Matt's like, I didn't see that in this article. I'm not seeing anything. It says that Naveed Akram was a Pakistani national, and then later they said he was Australian born. So they have not confirmed what country the father migrated to Australia from. So and then they say that two alleged gunmen traveled to the Philippines last month. So maybe they just keep updating the stories here. Let me double check this one. In any case, right, was an Indian who moved to Australia on a student visa. Okay, fair. So actually, this still makes sense than what I'm saying. That's what I meant, like the subway bombers. Yeah, okay. So this makes sense. Regardless, let me take a step back here because I can still make this argument either way. A lot of these folks who end up doing these attacks are from marginalized communities. Okay, impoverished, marginalized communities, and so for terrorist organizations, I should say, like fundamentalist terrorist organizations, thrive on the disaffected young men. It is thrive on disaffected young men, and they find people who need a community, who are disaffected, feel marginalized, and don't have much wealth or prospects in the world. That makes it a lot easier to radicalize them. Okay. And so Matt's like, I have no idea what you're saying now because now you're saying they're from Australia. I know that they lived in Australia, but they're from elsewhere, right? And the issue here is what causes radicalization? Economic disenfranchisement, humiliation, and marginalization. That makes it a lot easier to be radicalized. And if there's one things that are true about Muslims all over the world, in a lot of situations, especially if they're in Western nations, they are marginalized. Oftentimes they're humiliated because they're constantly being talked about in a negative light and viewed as inferior. There's also the fact that a lot of them struggle economically when they move to other countries because of social pressures. And on top of that, a lot of young Muslim men in countries that are not Western are constantly being painted as evil in the media, are constantly being all over the media. You can see images of Muslims getting massacred and being viewed as unhuman. You see what I mean? So so that allows religious radicalization to occur. If you talk about, for example, Hamas, having your house bombed all the time, being kept in a giant open air prison camp is likely to radicalize you. If the same thing, I got you. The father was born in India. Okay, the father was born in India, and the son was born in. Okay, father was born in Australia. Son was born in Australia. I got you. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much, Jonas. Okay. So that's why I'm saying this. Okay. We know, like academics, political scientists, psychologists know the causes of extremism. It is not your religion. I'm going to say that again. It is not your religion that causes extremism. It doesn't matter what your religion is or if you don't have a religion. If you're an atheist, you can become extremist. Now, religion can often be used to help bolster that, but you can find excuses in any religion to become an extremist. It's not because Islam makes you an extremist, right? It's about marginalization, humiliation, and economic suffering. I could even use the American it's radicalized zealots using religion. Yeah, okay. Because radicals who have typically political motives can then use religion to recruit people who are marginalized. And they can, even atheists can recruit people into political ideologies when they're marginalized, right? Okay. Yeah, it's about weaponizing religion. Any religious group can do this. There are Christians who weaponize Christianity, like the Ku Klux Klan, to recruit marginalized, humiliated, and economically struggling people into the Ku Klux Klan. Do you see what I mean? So, if we want to see less of this, we need to perhaps stop humiliating people, give people the economic successes they need to things they need to survive, okay, etc. And that means globally. And it doesn't help when you're an empire who's constantly bombing and killing people. It is, Meow. You're right, Meowzord. Con men see religion as a powerful tool to co-opt power from people, and it becomes a lot easier if people are demonizing your religion, because then you can turn it into an us versus them mentality, and a lot of people demonize Islam. All right, so I just want to add context to this. Does that excuse what these two men did? No, it's monstrous. They are anti-Semitic. They committed a act of horrific violence. Not a fan. Not a fan. I'm just saying we're not going to solve this problem unless we address what is causing the problem. Okay. And that goes for any other radical group in the world, by the way. Any other radical group. Yep. Yeah, there you go. Meowzord, Zionism partially to blame by ostracizing others. Yeah. And by the way, fun story, guys. You know, Zionism was originally a secular ideology, right? It was not originally inherently Jewish. It was actually a secular colonial ideology that then kind of used Judaism to become more popular, and it kind of mixed itself with Judaism. I'm not joking if you look at the history of it. So religion of any kind can be used to sort of convince people to do things like this. It's not because it's not something inherent to Islam, right? I just want to make that clear. We need to think about how structures can cause these issues. Otherwise, we'll never get over this problem. And of course, as we know, it was a Muslim man who actually tried. Yeah. Yep. There you go, Jonas. And we can also talk about how the Muslim man also saved the day. So that goes to show you it's not Islam fundamentally, okay? I know I might be beating this over the head. I just deeply concerned because I know how much Islamophobia is out there and how people like to blame Muslims for things. All right. Even though, folks, have we noticed when there's like a white Christian terrorist, almost no one ever says, oh, they were a Christian terrorist. All right. Okay. You see what I mean? Okay. I'll tell you what, my experience with Islam, even though I'm an atheist, I've had very good friends who are Muslim. And my experience with Islam is that it's a very peaceful religion. My experience with a lot of Christians is that Christians are, a lot of Christians love others and treat others the way they want to be treated, and they're kind people. All right. There they all know. Okay. Matt Seig, I agree with most of what you said, but I think it needs a bit more broadening in that. Economic struggles. Let me see here. There you go, Meow Sword. Okay. Matt Seig, but I think it needs a bit more broadening in that. Economic struggles doesn't seem to be a definitive factor anymore as once thought, as we have seen a few bomb attacks in India that were orchestrated by doctors. Orchestrated or done? What do you mean? They're the ones that did the bombing, and if they did, that's okay. Sometimes marginalized people, even if they're wealthy, can still get into this stuff. That's just one factor. There you go. You're right, Matt Saigai. Okay. Zach Brown. Hello. How you doing, Zach Brown? Did you post something earlier? Yeah, because a lot of the people who orchestrate terrorist attacks are monstrous psychopaths who do it for profit and politics. Like there is, yeah, there are, for example, in Pakistan, there are a lot of these con men who are basically professional terrorist recruiters who manipulate young marginalized Muslim men and sending them in to do suicide attacks. So there are a lot of con men who profit off these things who are wealthy. Yep. Yeah. And I point out, and this gets more confusing because a lot of quote unquote terrorists are guerrilla fighters. There you go, Matt Saigai. This is my point, Matt Saigai, right? Okay. There you go. Okay, evil resident, or I'm sorry, you told me to call you something else. I've already forgotten, evil resident. Please forgive me. So I saw someone here make a comment up here. Probably. All right, here we go. So, okay, I'm going to make a comment here. I don't think this person is still here anymore. Zach Brown, are you still here, Zach Brown? Are you still here, Zach Brown? Probably best if you're not here because I'm about to lose my mind on you if you're being serious. Zach Brown says the following. Zach Brown, and I avoided answering this because I kind of knew this was rage bait. So hopefully, I'm kind of excited though for it now that I think Zach Brown is gone. Whatever. But if he's not, that's okay. Zach Brown says the following out of nowhere without any prompting and any relevance at all to our conversation. Zach Brown says the following. Zach Brown says, and if I can find it where he said it, I may not be able to find it now. Ah, gotcha. There you are, Zach Brown. Zach Brown says the following. Jesus Christ. I would like to type that I thank and love Christopher Columbus for, he's not joking, Lisa, for founding America in 1492. Now, Zach Brown, please, this is going to be fun. I'm going to put my face up. Zach Brown, would you tell me, are you being serious, Zach Brown? Please tell me, Zach Brown, if you're being serious, that you thank Christopher Columbus for finding America. I know he already, aren't I? For founding America in 1492. Would you please explain to me what you mean by that? Or are you being serious? And guys, yes, I know you're not supposed to engage people like this, but come on, guys, it's fun. Let me have some fun. Let me have some fun. It's so fun. Okay. Let's Zach Brown, I'm curious, literally tell me if you're joking or if you're serious. Okay. Because then I will read you something. It is sometimes fun to feed the trolls. Okay. I'm just looking up something real fast while we're waiting to see if Jack Brown is still here. Okay. Because are you still here, Jack Brown? Oh, he's not. I don't think he's here. That's a shame. So no, Christopher Columbus was a monster. Absolute horrendous human being. And I do think it's funny. We were just talking about how Islam, we really can't blame Islam for, okay, bye, Zach Brown. Bye. Glad to see you. We can't really blame Islam because any religion can be horrible. And I find it funny because Zach Brown in his post about Columbus has a cross. Oh, has a cross. Look at this good Christian Zach Brown praising Christopher Columbus and all the sexual assaults he did, and all the rapes, and all the slavery, and all the other shit that I really can't say on YouTube, even though I just did. So this is a classic example of how ignorant any people from any religion can be, and how they can use it for their own nonsense, which is hilarious to me. And I think I've read on stream before. I've read on stream before. No. I did it in that video, didn't I? About how Christopher Columbus, he even said in his journals about some of the things he did. There you go, Jonas. Okay. So if this is perfect, I'm really glad Zach Brown said this because it really highlights the point I'm making. Does it not? It really highlights the point I'm making about how religion, any lunatic can use religion to justify whatever lunacy they believe. Okay. Okay, guys, I'm calm now. Since Zach Brown is gone, I can calm down now. I know. Actually, I am on TikTok from failed. I just don't go on there often. Okay. All right. Okay. Well, then I won't go after Zach Brown since he's not here anymore. All right. He just wanted to leave a bomb, and it kind of worked. but I'm okay with it. It was fun. So, okay. Oh, there you are, Zach Brown. Okay, good. He is still here. Well, you heard what I said, Zach Brown. You heard what I said, and I doubt you have a response. So, okay. Did I see? Hey, Meowzord. Meowzord, I'm not joking when I say this. Even people at the time of Christopher Columbus thought he was horrible. Thought he was horrible. Okay. They did, Meowzord. As a matter of fact, Christopher Columbus was denounced at the time. He was even put in jail in Spain. Right? So, like, even at the time, people were horrible, but they weren't that horrible. Oh, thank you. Thank you, AJ. Thank you, AJ. You're the best. All right. Yeah, he was exiled, right, Luke? Okay. Anyway, but thank you, Zach Brown. It gave me an opportunity to talk. I'm not trying to. I hope I do like you having you in the community, Zach Brown. But I think you know what you did. You're trying to cause a conflict by popping in my stream and saying that. But it's cute. Because Alyssa of the cross, and because I have gotten so many messages like so. Alyssa asks, "How did I know he wasn't joking?" I'm saying that because Alyssa, I have gotten so many comments like that on my video, my Christopher Columbus video. Like that, I am used to all these crazy Christian fascists coming out and defending Columbus, and they almost all start in the same way. It's always, I thank Christopher Columbus every day for bringing Christianity to the New World. Or they'll be like, without Christopher Columbus, all these barbarians in the New World would still be like, they always start out with the same shit. They always have a cross in their name. And it's just, I could tell. I could tell. All right. All right, I'm done. I'm done. Let one of us deal with it. No, I enjoy it, Luke. You guys know I like to engage occasionally with trolls. It is therapeutic for me. Okay. All right. So that's that. I'm gonna stop because I don't think there's much more engagement. We're not going to talk more much about this. Okay. So right, Jonas. Anyway, okay. So moving on. All right, we got wait, what are you guys talking about? Zach Brownbat? Yeah. All right, you guys. So we'll move on here. So, this is what I want to do now. This is some of the stuff I was officially going to talk to. They're on that Jefferson Davis arc, right? Drum failed. So we talked a few days ago. So now we've talked about what radicalizes people. A few days ago we talked about how American literacy is having a big problem, right? All right. Oh, where's my face? Where'd I put my face? Oh god, my face is gone, guys. My face is gone. Oh my god. Okay, guys, come on, guys. We only need 2 more super chats and I'll put on the makeup. Jesus Christ. Good God. We just need 2 more. Come on. Come on, guys. Okay, you don't have to if you don't want to. All right. So this is or becoming a member on a subscriber on YouTube on Twitch will do it too. Where do I put my face? It sounds like a country song. Where do I put my face? Okay. We do look up the Congress fight. Okay, Alyssa, we'll do a palate cleanser. I'm siding with Alyssa on this one. Let's do a palate cleanser. The Congress fight. Well, what Congress fight, Alyssa? Congress fight. Oh, Mexico City Congress? Mexico City Congress had a fight. Ooh, that sounds fun. Hi, Dolly Boy. Thank you. Thank you, Dolly Boy. Did I ignore you before? Dolly Boy, you're the best. I love you. Thank you. I did it. Say hi back. What do you mean? Wait, I did. You did what? What'd you do? Did I ignore you, Dolly Boy? Thank you. Thank you, Dolly Boy. If I ignored you, I'm so sorry. Okay, I'll do the makeup. I'm sorry, Dolly Boy. You know you're my favorite, Dolly Boy. Please don't hate me. Okay, anyway. Right. Yeah. No, exactly, Mania. Yeah. So, all right. So I'm curious. So let's watch this. This is recommended. Yeah. Well, Luke from WA. Maybe he is Zach. Who is Zach? Maybe who is Zach? Who is maybe Zach? Because we like Zach. We like Zach app. Oh, I'm sorry, Dolly boy. Forgive me. Forgive me. You know I will try not to ignore you. Okay. Let's look at this. So we got Mexico City's lawmakers brawl in Congress. This will be fun. I'm going to, while we're doing this, folks, I'm going to start putting on the makeup because we've gotten to that.
What do you think?
Thank you, In Your Groove. Thank you.
Even though they're growing up,
I will take a look
they
at that.
still need your guidance.
You like it?
Yeah, I like it.
That's why last year, Instagram launched teen accounts, defaulting all teens into automatic protections for who can contact them.
Oh, I
and the
see. That's
content
the
they
same.
can see.
Okay.
And we'll continue adding new safeguards.
You will see
Wait,
the
Luke, what do you
headlines.
wait? Luke, what were you referring to?
With automatic protection.
What were you referring to, Luke, when you said Zach? What were you referring to? Do you mean when Zach came in here, Zach app came in here? We gotta love Zach app. Zach app's great. Okay, Maniac Cuck, how dare you? Maniac Cuck, in my defense, I don't normally watch videos on outlets except for YouTube, so I do need an ad blocker. You're right, Maniac Cuck. Please forgive me. Hey, AJ, I actually went to his museum, the Creation Museum. I got in for free because ain't no way I'm paying those people anything, and I've talked about it on stream before. So, but yeah, that's fascinating, AJ. We'll do it sometime. All right, come on, where'd it go? Where? No, it disappeared. You know what? We'll use the one that In Your Groove sent me because I'm struggling because I'm an old man. I'm an old man. All right, we'll go this one. Okay, so this is the fight apparently. Okay, AJ, we'll look into it. Here we go. Nope. Why is it quiet? I don't know why it's silent, folks. It appears to be that there is no volume in this one. Is there volume in the ones you guys saw? There isn't sound? Okay. Well, that's okay. Oh my God. Oh my God. Jesus Christ. Okay, that looks like a chaotic nightmare. I'm gonna find a better one real fast. I'm having trouble just finding this. All right, you didn't find any
Everywhere
with volume.
you look, you will see the headline.
Okay, so well, we need something with volume because I'm going to be putting on my makeup. So I'm going to put on. Let's watch this.
All right, so we got to talk
This is kind of funny. This is a groiper. So a Nazi, essentially being, I guess, hit or something like that. Now, folks, we do not condone violence in this community. Violence is bad, right? Right. We're not a fan of violence. Now, I will say, however, I will say, oh, I know Maniac Cuck. I absolutely know that Maniac Cuck. But just for the sake, I'm just curious. Like, someone sent this to me about someone getting hit, a groiper being hit, and we all like that, don't we? We all like that. Okay, and I'm glad you agree, Mania, that there is such a thing as blue MAGA. I got into an argument with a Democrat recently who claimed that wasn't true, and I wanted to lose my mind. Okay. Okay, but sorry about all of you. I understand that. Okay, so let's see what
you had the
Kyle
New
has to
York
say.
Young Republicans Club.
All right.
They had a big event the other night, and let's just reflect on the fact that these were the fucking assholes who had that group chat where they were talking about how much they love Hitler and they love the gas chambers, and one guy's got a bit of a Nazi streak, and like these.
Oh, that's cute. I got to pause it so I don't get a copyright here. All right, I need to take off my glasses. All right. There you go, AJ. Okay. But it's not, it's always fun to watch a Nazi get punched, right? I mean, let's be honest with ourselves.
People were outed.
And I do want to guillotine tattoo.
As basically goose stepping and zig heiling all over the place. And so they had this get together.
Well, I didn't know we were talking about the Republican National Convention. I thought this was about, Anyway, moving on.
Apparently, some of the people who were part of this had invited Nick Fuentes as a guest of honor. Nick Fuentes was going to show up at the last minute. They, rescinded his invitation because there would have been a mutiny among the people there if Nick Fuentes showed up. It would have just proven that the Republicans are as extreme as we know they are, right? And it's a bad look. It's a bad look to fully embrace fucking Nazism. Go figure. I got an amazing moment I'll show you in a second where a groiper gets fucking bitch slapped in public. But first, let me show you this. Here's the stuff that was going on inside the venue. Ready? Listen to this.
The first to endorse.
Now, I gotta say, folks, I am going to be a bit woke. Forgive me. Forgive me for my wokeness. I hate the phrase "bitch slap." I know. I'm being pedantic or whatever. I know it's not like the in thing. But, like, I was thinking about it, and what does that phrase imply? What does that phrase imply? It implies like, "Oh, let's hit a woman." Okay, I know, I don't know. I'm just saying. I know I'm being pedantic. I'm just saying. It's just, it doesn't. It's not the end of the world. It's like a small thing, but.
President Donald J. Trump in 2024, and Mr. President, the New York Young Republican Club is prepared to endorse in 2028.
So getting loud cheers when they say they want Trump to run again in 2028 and be president again in 2028. Honestly, it's embarrassing to be a right-winger. It's embarrassing.
Okay.
Because what do you guys actually stand for?
Yeah. Yeah, no, you're right, Trump. And hey, I am not. We don't even. I should never talk about language stuff. I think it's a waste of my time. But you all know I'm not a big fan of talking about this stuff. I was just kind of thinking out loud there. We don't even need to debate it. I'm just saying, like, you guys can think what you want about it.
What do you stand for? Clearly, you've decided you want this emperor, overlord, god king of Trump to, like, just run the country as long as possible, right? So, like, fully authoritarian, fully dictatorial, and fascist. So, outside of, sucking off Trump on a daily basis, what do you guys believe? We know what you believe. You fucking hate women. You hate black people. You hate minorities. Like, I mean, that's all. Your movement is a sadistic movement.
Can we get to the good stuff?
Now, there is no equal up. And
I want to see the Nazi
being
getting
like,
slapped.
look, these motherfuckers are
there
Nazis.
we go.
That's based on sadism
Okay,
and hero worship.
Where's the
and
Nazi
so that's what's going
slapped?
on inside the venue. Here's what's going on outside the venue. So here you have a Jewish leftist protester who's basically being like, look, these motherfuckers are Nazis. That's who they are. Like, who are we kidding? Let's stop playing around here. They're Nazis. Everybody knows they're Nazis. They know they're Nazis. And so he starts protesting. Watch what unfolds from
there. We're almost done here.
Hitler? They invited people who call Jews cockroaches at this event.
Oh my God, I know, Hiyori.
This is what this event represents. This is everything that this
not
event
Malzor.
represents. Shut the fuck up! You guys love Nazis. You guys failed to condemn Nazis.
So the argument is, hey, this is what
it's not satisfying, Malzor. Damn it! Is this a waste of my time then to watch this?
Nazi flag. Wow, that's
This is
cool.
what they are. They are
I want to
all
see a Nazi get hit. I want to see a Nazi get hit.
I wish. He wishes he was exactly.
I wish Trump was racist.
I wish
Oh
Trump
my
was a
God.
Nazi. I wish Trump was racist.
Trump is not racist. We're not associated with the NYYs. We're
I'm my own
concentrators.
thing, by the
We're
way.
our own thing.
Okay, so thank you.
Here comes this other guy being like, oh, we're not affiliated with these people. We don't want to make.
Maniac cuck, are you crazy? Maniac cuck of all people. Well, then, Maniac cuck, if that's the case, why do you love Robespierre so much? You see what I mean? Like, what do you mean? You think that you don't think violence against a Nazi is, regardless of if they're an oppressed person? I get that. They're working class. They're very problematic. I mean, it's very problematic. They have been propagandized to and stuff. Okay. So, regardless, I am not like, okay.
Look bad by us goose stepping out here.
But
So
this
these
guy's
are
a
the people
faggot, and
who are invited to
everybody
the
knows
event.
it.
These are very clearly
Hey, Nazi got thrown out.
Oh, but what about the other thousands of people he guillotined, Maniac cuck? He guillotined thousands of people. Not just Louis. Okay.
I got thrown out, so I didn't listen. They condemned me. They threw me
They
out.
did not condemn him. These are exactly.
Well, he's short. They didn't see him.
People are
They didn't realize
disgusting.
he snuck in.
This is
I'm
the
a silly
entire
little guy.
event. The entire event, they invited the alternatives.
This guy's a beta male. Nobody likes him. You're a faggot. Fuck you.
They invited.
Oh, well, there we go. There's some good language.
Guys. They invited the Jews or cockroaches guys.
Or what about Stalin? I could go on, Maniac. He killed thousands of working class people. Anyway.
All they are.
Subversive, bro. Go back to Israel. Borders are racist, huh? Let's let everybody in.
He said, go back to Israel. What? To be anti-Nazi means you're Israeli?
What?
I got bad news for you. The Israelis are on the other side of that
you're
argument.
right, Luke. You're right, Luke. I should have said millions.
What are you talking? And borders are racist? What are you doing? What is this? He's just like, again, this is like fortune cookie politics or bumper sticker politics. It's like, I have like a couple phrases that are just in my mind that I just associate with the other side, and I spew them and laugh at it. That's what this is.
Everybody in. I don't care. Let everybody in.
Sorry, did we miss the punch yet? I'm almost done with my makeup. I wanted to see the punch.
Guys. Flood the country. 10 million Indians. Come on. Borders are racist. We got to let 10 million Indians in.
What is
Oh
this?
my God.
What is this?
Okay, of course, there's the anti-Indian racism. Did I miss the punch? Did I miss the punch? I feel like I'm missing the punch. Right now it's just a Nazi screaming about Indian people, which of course would be okay.
Fucking babbling maniac even talking about.
Yeah, what is this?
By the way, he's also like 5'2".
Does Israel deserve a border? So what? Does Israel deserve a border? You guys gotta go. Let what go? All right, I'm taking
I mean, not so what. I'm saying like what this guy is saying.
The
not
Nazi
about the
guy
height
wants
thing.
the Nazi emblem.
I want it. We have plenty at home. We have plenty at home.
We know you do. We know
You
you
got
have plenty
at
at home.
home. Hilarious.
You guys are. Does Israel deserve a
I'm sorry. Why? Okay, I'm not a phrenology guy. You know that. However, why is it the like young Nazis are always the most unfuckable twerps of all time? God, you would think just to try to subvert the stereotype, they
There
put a
we
little
go.
more effort in, right?
All right, forgive me, guys. I know I'm not talking as much, and it's kind of chaotic at the moment because I'm trying to do the makeup. Forgive me. I'm almost done. I am almost done. Now I need to do the mouth, and then I am completely done. Okay, I know. Matt Saigai. You know, I've been noticing, and I already knew this, Matt Saigai, but like the anti-Indian racism is bizarre. Like it's always been there, but people have been much more vocal about it. You know what? Let's put green on my mouth. Let's make it look like I've been eating, I don't know, a pine tree. Okay, Maniac Cuck, you don't know what you're talking about. I'm sorry. You sound like you do sound like Stalin, Maniac Cuck, claiming everyone that he killed was a counter-revolutionary, even though we know historically that's factually untrue. You think all those people, all millions and millions and millions of those people were all counter-revolutionaries? What about all those doctors in Moscow? Were they all counter-revolutionaries? What about all those Ukrainian farmers and workers? Were they all counter-revolutionaries? Right, yeah, Losurdo is a lunatic, Maniac Cuck. I've read Losurdo. I know you keep bringing up Losurdo. Losurdo is a communist writer. I have no problem with communists, but he is not a good historian. Not a good historian. I have read his work. And by the way, Maniac Cuck, I have read at least 24 books on Stalin and all that, including Losurdo. Have you read more than just Losurdo? I'm just curious. By the way, I have also looked at all the documents. Many of the documents coming out of the Soviet Union. Have you looked directly at the documents, Maniac Cuck? I am so sick of this. Okay, I'm so sick of the tankies who think that they know better because they read someone who has a biased perspective, and then they think that they know history, and they accuse anyone who disagrees with it as being like propagandized to, even though I directly read the documents. Okay. Anyway, sorry, folks. I don't mean to be. I've just been frustrated about this, okay? And I think the left is deeply unproductive oftentimes in that way. Oh. I know. I'm sorry, guys. I'm in a poor mood. Okay. Uh, I guess not. Okay. I know. I'm sorry, Doug. I didn't mean to sound like an asshole. I didn't mean to sound like an asshole and be like, look, I'm more educated, but I don't know how, at some point, I don't know how else to convince people who refuse to, who ignore historical documents and reality, apart from using the education thing. And then, of course, it won't matter because then I'll be accused of, oh, you're just part of the liberal consensus in academia, even though I was a Marxist academic. So I don't know what. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'll shut up. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. All right. So. Hello. Jesus. Hello, Cheese Soup. Hello, Cheese Soup. How you doing, Cheese Soup? You doing good? I'm sorry. I already said hello to. I meant to say Drizilla. I'm sorry. Hello, Drizilla. Okay. Okay. I apologize, Bowser. Okay. All right. Let's continue.
You do something a little different. You got the doughy ass Pillsbury Doughboy here, fucking trotting around, and you got the little Hobbit man, fucking with his goofy 1830s mustache. Like, at least don't make it this easy for us to point at you and be like, of course you're a Nazi. Nobody touch your dick.
Yeah, I know, Maniac Cuck. I know. I know.
Sense, right? That's why you're a Nazi now.
Border. Is they're actually going to use this? Are you Jewish? Are you Jewish?
Yes, I'm proudly
Does
Jewish.
Israel deserve a border? What are you talking about?
Are you Jewish? Does Israel deserve a border? He's like, what?
You think borders are racist?
I know. See, that's the thing, though, Maniac Cuck. I know you have zero arguments other than what you've heard from Hakeem. So you would rather just try to find anything in my tone that you can use. It's funny. So Maniac Cuck, I've always appreciated you being in the stream, but like you sound like you're in a cult most of the time. I got to tell you, you find an excuse for anything that doesn't fit your preconceived worldview, and then you use it to demonize people, even though I am on your side. Okay, I am a socialist, and of course, though, because I am not part of the cult of following the exact line that that the people you watch follow. Okay, I must not be good enough. Okay, anyway, I'll shut up, folks. I am done. I have done with all my okay. I am done here. Okay. We got this. Let's continue.
Okay, so here
Maniac Cuck, I would say saying that I've been propagandized by the CIA is demonizing language. Okay.
comes the stump man. We're calling this man the stump man. Watch what happens here. This is amazing.
Are you Jewish? Are you Jewish?
Yes, I'm proudly
Does
Jewish.
Israel deserve a border? What are you talking about? Do you
Yeah,
think
right,
borders
Dolly
are
boy.
racist? You invited him to your fucking club.
You gave him a ticket to the fucking club.
Oh. Now
Okay,
that
is
is
this-
a
is
build,
this a
ladies and
build?
gentlemen. That
I
is a
am
build
triggered,
right there.
Jonas.
Holy
I am
shit.
very triggered.
He just
Okay,
slapped
they're
the
triggered,
shit
okay.
out of that groiper. Watch this.
You gave him a ticket to the
Whoa! Okay, let's fuck out of here.
Oh, he's terrified. The groiper is terrified. Oh, shit.
I love it. I love it. Bye. Bye, guys. Bye-bye.
Okay, so they literally ran over here.
Oh, that is
Sneako's
funny.
over here, and
That
Nick
is
Fuentes
funny.
is over here. And this guy runs over there, and he's like, holy shit, I just got my shit slapped, bro. I just got, like, totally reset. This guy just fucking hit me hard, dog. And Nick Fuentes goes, hey, nice to meet you guys, because apparently there's some, like, right-wing, I don't know, TikTokers or Twitter people or whatever. And Nick goes,
really? Meowsword, he actually apologized to him on Twitter? Oh, that's funny. Okay, that is funny. What a little... Okay. I need to put my hat back on.
damn, that's crazy. He turns around and walks away. Yeah, this is the moment of these young Nazi.
Guys, I'm going to read something to you. You all know I'm in a mood today. This is what Maniac Cuck says. I'm not going to respond to you, Maniac Cuck, but I do want the community to hear it. And then if they want to respond, they can. But I need to focus on the video. Maniac Cuck says, let me guess. You also believe there is a cultural genocide in Xinjiang. And sorry, I can't pronounce it. Because Adrian, I don't even know who that is. Adrian Zenz told you so. Okay.
Lives is like, oh shit, this Sneeko and Nick Fuentes. Man, I just got smacked in the face. Damn, that's crazy, bro. Walks away. Oh man, L after L for this group.
All right.
What the fuck out?
See, here's Fuentes right here. The tall guy is Sneeko. Here we go.
Well, he's part of the YR, though. And then this other guy just sat.
He's trying to, and then what happened was, hey, mommy, daddy, and then what happened was, I said go back to Israel, and then they said, and then this guy hit me. Oh my God, bro. Oh.
Okay, I'm sorry. That is pretty funny. All right, I get the idea. This is good. I'm glad we saw that. I love it. Okay. Mania. You watch hockey. Yeah, Mania Cuck, you're in a cult. Trust me. You are in a cult. And because you have zero critical thinking skills, I'm sorry to say. Too busy pissed at. Yeah, okay. I was like, okay. I'll stop though, guys. I'll stop. Forgive me. I'm just really sick. Folks, you have to understand. Nothing like really frustrates me more. There's you all know. I've done a lot of advocacy in my life for left-wing causes and things like that. And then there's a small fragment of the left who are completely unable to think critically and think that certain governments, just because they have socialist or communist roots, are somehow perfect little angels that can do no wrong, and are somehow angelic states that are, can never have done anything wrong. And they also somehow think that it is degrading to socialism to talk about the bad things that those government have done, as if that ruins socialism, but it doesn't. And I lose my mind because I don't understand the need for okay, whatever. I want a cult that's not MAGA or Scientology. All right. Continuing.
Oh my God. One more time. One more.
Yeah, thank you, Cheese Soup. All right, thank you guys for all of the super chats and stuff. I'm sorry, I'm having trouble kind of keeping up about what people were saying. Dolly Boy, thank you, Dolly Boys, for the super chat. We've basically gotten to the amount where we can play a game, and we'll play the food game again. Thank you so much, Jonas, for all of the. Thank you so much, Jonas, for all of the. All the subscriptions and stuff. Really, thank you. Okay. Yeah, there we go, folks. There's the true side of Mania Cuck. Okay, I don't give a fuck about socialism. It just means having free healthcare for Amerifats now. There we go. Okay, guys. That just proves my point. Okay. Mania Cuck isn't actually a communist. Mania Cuck is an ethno-nationalist who believes that the Chinese nation or the Soviet nation or any other left-wing nation is more important than the working class, and believes that Americans are fundamentally lesser and that they're all fat and disgusting and they don't deserve anything because they're not real human beings. Which exactly comes out of the mouth of Hakeem. And you know what? I do slightly understand that. I understand that because Hakeem I believe he from Iraq, and he experienced bombings and stuff at the hands of America. So I totally understand his hatred for America. Of course, the average American, working class Americans, are suffering greatly, and it doesn't mean that they are responsible for the death of. Okay, you see what I mean? So it's just something to think. Okay. But Mania Cuck, I mean, okay. So moving on.
More time. Let's have some fun with it.
You invited him to your fucking club. You gave him a ticket to the
Oh, he got laid the fuck out. Look at this.
You gave him a ticket.
Oh, wait, I'm sorry. We already finished this. I'm getting distracted. Let's continue. So, let's something else I wanted to watch here. I wanted to talk about this, guys.
Everywhere
So America
is
having a literacy crisis, right? America is having a literacy crisis. So let's watch this guy talking about. We talked a few days ago about the issue with America, with literacy and stuff in America. So let's talk about what this guy has to say. And I think he'll talk about some of the things we talked about. So, folks, if you guys didn't know, yeah, right, Cheese Soup. Okay. Oh my God, it is Cheese Soup. In that case, I'm going to read a ton. Okay, no, but he talks about the specifics of what's going on with American literacy, and I think it's interesting, and I thought you guys might like it. So let's do it.
Kids these days don't know how to read. Literacy is on the decline, kids don't read for pleasure anymore, and some want to say that we are living through a literacy crisis. You'll even see some claim that 40% of American kids can't read. That's not true, by the way, and we're going to talk about that later in this video. Are we living through a literacy crisis, or is this just a long-standing failure dressed up as something new?
There you go, Jonas.
If you want to understand the American literacy crisis, you need to know 3 numbers. First up, 40%. That's the percentage of American 4th graders who cannot read at what's called a basic level. Every few years, students around the country take a test called the National Assessment of Educational Progress, or the NAEP.
Yeah.
This is
it's horrible, by the way.
also sometimes called the nation's report card. And
yeah, Alyssa, right. You said calling someone else rude. I know the things you've said about me, Alyssa. I've seen the comments you've made in chat.
It allows us
okay?
to track educational progress throughout the country. Reading scores have remained relatively stable since 1992 until 2019, when they started to decline. Sometimes that's reported as saying that 40% of students can't read, but that's not what those statistics mean. So now 40% of fourth graders can't read at what's considered a basic level, and only 31% can read at what's considered a proficient level. The NAEP also defines those terms, and just because a kid can't read at basic level doesn't mean that they can't read.
Sir Bartholomew.
But the literacy crisis doesn't stop
I know, I'm joking.
at elementary schools. And that brings us to our second number,
Oh, God.
28%.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
That's
What
the
is
share
it?
of U.S. adults that are at the lowest level of literacy. In the last decade, that number
Good, 28%. What
has
does it
increased
mean?
by 9 points. This doesn't mean that those adults can't read.
28% perform badly.
But
Okay.
it does mean that they are what's called functionally illiterate.
I know.
This means that
I
they
agree.
lack literacy
You know, Jonas, I agree. The green was a really bad choice for the beard. I agree. Green was a very bad choice.
skills which would allow them to navigate the world and go about their day-to-day task. And our final number is 21. That's Mississippi's ranking in fourth grade literacy as of 2022. In 2013, Mississippi was ranked 49th. They were basically at the bottom of the country's rankings, and now they are well above the middle. And that's because they saw the problem, and they actually tried to solve it. So at the end of this video, we're going to talk about what Mississippi has done right. But first, we're going to take a slightly closer look at that NAEP data. Literacy scores have been declining since 2019. This might not be that surprising because something rather big happened in 2020, which caused a lot of school closures, and we've generally seen learning loss across the board. Absenteeism is also up post-COVID, which does complicate actually teaching kids how to read. One group of student hasn't seen a decline in their test scores, though. These are students who are already in the 90th percentile.
Of course. So students that are already reading well haven't seen a decline in their test scores.
So what we're seeing is a widening gap between those students who are reading quite well and those students who are struggling to read at a basic level. This tells us something important. If we want to improve American literacy, the biggest impact we can have is by focusing on those students who are struggling to read the most. And that's going to be important when we talk about Mississippi in a few minutes.
Oh God, not Mississippi. This is going to be bad. Mississippi, very low income state, not doing well. Okay.
Students, like the students who would go on to study at really great colleges and universities, are also struggling. At the University of Texas here in Austin, some professors told their school newspaper that they would be shortening reading assignments and transitioning to assigning things like YouTube videos and audiobooks instead of physical books because students simply didn't have the patience for the reading assignments anymore. One professor was told by his students that Shakespeare's Hamlet was too long to read.
Oh, guys, oh my God, I told you I experienced that. Hamlet is not that long, okay? Yeah, it's a difficult read because it's in Shakespearean, but it is not that long of a read. And a parent complaining that a teacher assigned it, saying it was too long.
Because students simply didn't have the patience for the reading assignments anymore. One professor was told by his students that Shakespeare's Hamlet was too long to read.
Professor?
Now, Hamlet is the longest Shakespeare play, but it is about 30,000 words. It's much shorter than the vast majority of novels out there. These professors cited things like the rise of video content, but also phone usage as leading to a decline in their students' reading abilities. But they've decided that they have to give in and change with the times.
See, here's the thing, guys. Most professors are not taught educational theory. As some are, but it's not typically. So, like, to become a professor, you need to be good at research and doing things like that. Education, you do get to practice teaching, but you never really. Some professors don't actually get taught an educational theory. So I don't think it's a good idea to lower the standards because students aren't meeting the standards. That's something you would learn if you had an education curriculum. But I understand why professors do it. Yeah, and Hiyori, again, it's not your fault, Hiyori. It's because of the technology, how things are going in the world, and it's a big problem that our sort of structural problems are causing these issues.
They can meet their students where they are. That same professor who was told that Hamlet was too long, he used to teach 10 plays per semester. He's now teaching 6 in his classes. So even college students at good schools are struggling to read, and many of them are going to become adults who hardly read at all. Many Americans simply don't read books, and I think about 10% of college graduates haven't read.
By the way, another note here, men read far fewer books than women do, so guys out there, my kings out there, we need to read more. And there are some really good books out there, like really good books that men would love. And women would love them too. I'm being slightly gendered here, but women read a lot more than men do. And there's a lot of evidence that shows that women are more literate than men at this point. And there's a lot of reasons for this. We could debate these things, but just something to think about.
A book in the last year. They don't know how to read.
Yeah, Alyssa, yeah.
And maybe that's because they haven't been taught how to be a good
step up, kings.
reader. All right, let's pause.
And there's a lot of really good books out there, man. Like that, I would highly recommend. I was actually considering making a reading list of really good books that I suspect men would like, and obviously I'd be generalizing, but anyone would like them.
For a second, and ask ourselves what it means to be a good reader. The psychologist
I
Daniel
got you,
Billingham
Dolly Boy.
has this book called The Reading Mind.
I will in your group.
And in this book, he points out that reading is actually a fairly demanding task. First, you have to be able to understand the words on the page, and that's usually what we mean when we say that we're teaching kids to read. But actually, reading involves 3 additional levels of representation. You need to be able to extract ideas from sentences. You need to be able to then connect the idea across those sentences.
Yeah, no, Lord of the Flies is a very easy read, Jonas. It's very easy and it's very short. And I taught Lord of the Flies. It's one of my favorite novels to teach because you all know I'm very dark and I like talking about the dark side of human nature. Students, the longer I did this, the more trouble I had getting students to actually be able to read it. And so by the time I finished teaching, I was having a hell of a time assigning it because students just got bored with it, okay? And they wouldn't read it, and it was a big problem.
And then you integrate this within a model in your mind that answers the question of what the text is about. And Willingham notes that many readers fail at the second level. They're not able to point out obvious contradictions in a paragraph that they read. If you're not reading at a level where you could even catch obvious contradictions, then you're going to struggle when you're reading sets of instructions or complicated forms. And really that contributes to what we called functional illiteracy before. That's that illiteracy that makes it difficult for you to navigate your day-to-day life. Being able to connect ideas is actually a skill that you have to develop.
Remember I talked about this, how I've noticed that people have trouble connecting ideas or noticing contradictions between ideas they hold in their heads? Right? I mean, and I'm telling you, it's a real thing. And so I think that's one of the reasons why we have seen a lot of people saying such hypocritical things these days because people just cannot connect ideas anymore.
And I found that when I was teaching philosophy at some universities, that skill was something that my college students still needed to develop. I found that the worst question I could possibly ask when I started a discussion of some text in the classroom was, what is this text about? Because most students could tell you what some of the sentences said, but they weren't able to form a picture of the cohesive whole. That meant that I had to guide them through interpreting a text. I would have to ask them questions like, what is the thesis of this article or this book or whatever it was that we were reading? Where are the arguments and the evidence for that thesis? And then is there any irrelevant or unnecessary information in the text? This was a process that I would guide my students through so that they could.
That is crazy, guys, that he at college has to teach people to find the thesis. That is like a 6th to 7th grade skill. And he's having to teach his college students to find a thesis, or maybe it's an 8th grade skill, depending on the district. Okay.
Learn how to read better. But there was another barrier that my students faced, which is that they lacked a lot of background knowledge, which helped them make sense of a text.
Outer Signal. I'm going to make a list, but I recommend, I know you like fantasy Outer Signal. I recommend The Black Company. The Black Company. Now, the guy who wrote it isn't necessarily the best writer, but the story is very good. It's about a group of mercenaries, and it's gray fantasy, so there's moral ambiguity, but it's super interesting, and it kind of has a military bent to it, but it's super interesting. So I recommend The Black Company by Glenn Cook. And another great fantasy that I would recommend is what is it called? You know what? I'll make a list.
Text. Let's say you want to read a really big book.
Yeah,
like
love Catch 22.
War and Peace. Well, War and Peace is a historical novel. It is set in a particular time and place. You don't need to know all of the historical details in order to make sense of War and Peace, but having some idea of European history and maybe France's connection to Russia, knowing who people like Napoleon or Louis XVI are, these are things that would be useful for you as you're reading. It would make reading War and Peace a less demanding task. And I found that a lot of my students lacked historical knowledge or just general world knowledge, which would make reading books easier. I think part of this has to do with the fact that at some point, we started to emphasize critical thinking over memorization of facts. You can find this a lot in popular discussions of pedagogy. The idea is that you should teach students how to think rather than what to think. And there's some truth to that. But I think there's a crucial error that's being made there, which is that actually learning about the world and learning facts about the world goes hand in hand with learning how to think critically, because it allows you to build a mental model of the world and you can see where new facts might fit in or where they actually contradict things that you should.
I know, and by the way, I know I said he isn't a great author. He's a really good author. Let's put it this way. I mean, he is a really good writer and stuff. I don't know. I shouldn't have downplayed him. It's a great book. Just read it, okay?
Already know. Critical thinking and memorization might actually go hand in hand, and they help us to produce better readers. Now, some experts
what happened, Cheese Soup? I missed it. What was your joke?
Do not want to call this a crisis.
Yeah,
One
it's a
researcher from
crisis.
Harvard University described American reading education as a very stable level of mediocrity.
It's worse than mediocrity. It's not just mediocrity. Okay.
Never done a great job, and things have been getting a little bit worse, but this isn't new, and it's certainly not unprecedented. And there is a lot of fear-mongering about this. Let me tell you about the National Literacy Institute. If you've seen those headlines I mentioned about American literacy, there's a chance that you've seen statistics from this website. For instance, you might have heard that 21% of American adults are illiterate. But actually look at the website, and I'll put a link down below as well. There's no explanation for that number, about 21% of American adults being
79% of U.S. adults nationwide are illiterate.
No definition is also given of what they mean by illiterate. And the numbers you find on this website are painting a much worse picture than the numbers that you find elsewhere. I actually emailed the National Literacy Institute to ask them where they got these numbers and if they could explain some of them to me, but I did not hear back. And if that changes between the time of
he did his research. He did his research.
Recording and the time of posting, I will issue a correction. I'd be happy.
Because if you're illiterate, that means you can't read. So to say 79%, that's a bit much. Let's put it that way.
But some fact checkers reached out to the NLI in 2024, and they also never heard back. Those fact checkers concluded that the NLI was using an overly expansive definition of illiterate. They were also misdescribing the data that they were citing, and they were misleadingly describing their data as new,
research.
when in fact this data does not come out on an annual basis.
Yeah, Luke. The thing is, so I want to point out, not being, being illiterate is different from being underliterate or functionally illiterate. I think the majority of Americans have a 6th grade reading level, between 6th and 8th grade reading level. That is not good enough, but they are literate. They can read.
National Literacy Institute is just another name for the National Literacy Professional Development Consortium. That's a private company that sells professional development courses for teachers. There's nothing wrong with that. I mean, teachers often need more professional development as they further their careers. But the fact that they call themselves the National Literacy Institute sometimes makes it seem like they're a research center, and it gives a lot of authority to the things that they put on their website. And I've noticed that people will cite this website uncritically. I've even seen...
Oh my God, you're right, Louise. The first Law series is really good. Creepy and good.
Other YouTubers cite this when they talk about American literacy. I don't think those YouTubers were trying to mislead you. I think that they had the best intentions, but I think they got fooled. But seriously, look at the website again. There's no sources. There's no research
this is pretty bad. I haven't never seen
that.
this website.
It's just bullet points.
Yeah, and I will say, Massachusetts has a great rate of literacy. Okay.
And numbers. Where did the numbers come from? Well, the website doesn't tell you.
This is good critical thinking
I think
practice,
anyone
too.
honestly looking at this data would say that there is a real problem with literacy in America. But we have to be able to say that there's a problem without engaging in fear-mongering or simply lying about it. Fear-mongering might even give you the impression that this is a problem that can't be solved. And that's not true. Like I mentioned before, some states have started to find solutions, like Mississippi.
Real fast.
Between 2013 and 2022, Mississippi
students
dramatically improved their reading scores. This was a period where most states saw a decline. This was such a dramatic improvement that some commentators started calling this the Mississippi miracle. But it's not a miracle. It's just good policy. Because one researcher from the University of Toronto found that this improvement was linked to the Literacy-Based Promotion Act, or the LBPA. The Mississippi legislature passed the LBPA in 2013, and that bill did a couple of things. It expanded access to full-day
Oh, who would have thought?
pre-K programs. It focused education on phonics and the science of reading, so it actually changed how we were teaching students how to read. It invested in professional development for teachers.
Wow. I'm actually shocked that this happened in Mississippi.
Because they would need more training.
Yeah, right in your group.
It identified struggling readers and then targeted them for specific interventions. So if a student was falling behind, they got additional help when it came to reading. And finally, some struggling third graders were held back for a year so that they would have more time to build their reading skills. The simple description, though, is that the LBPA took literacy seriously. It gave teachers the training they needed, it focused on struggling readers, and it gave kids time to learn how to read properly. So the LPGA had a very strong impact on those students.
Good luck doing that elsewhere. I feel like, okay. Yeah, who would have thought in your groove investing in teachers and schools improves outcomes? Shocking.
At the bottom, it helped bring a lot of students from that below basic category to basic, and also students from basic to proficient. It had almost no impact on students who were already proficient, maybe moving them to the advanced category. But that's to be expected given the kind of interventions that were in the bill. What Mississippi demonstrated is that the decline in American literacy isn't inevitable.
I know,
We can
Jonas.
solve this problem, and it actually only cost Mississippi $15 million.
That's nothing. That's not much money.
That sounds like a really big number, but the state's budget is $7.6 billion. So we are talking about fractions here. This doesn't solve every problem. There are still adults in the United States.
Guys, we need to use that money to send to the military-industrial complex, so we can't spend it on reading.
Who are functionally illiterate. There are plenty of adults who can read.
We also got to use it to deport migrants.
But simply choose not to. And we still need to figure out what to do about college students who can't keep up with assignments.
Oh, there's a baby still alive in Gaza. I refuse to spend a dime on literacy.
And reading anymore. But Mississippi's success shows that the literacy crisis can be mitigated. We can help more people learn to read if we're smart about it. Before we go, let me ask you one question. Are you looking for a way to learn more?
Okay, we got the idea there. Okay, interesting. I didn't know that about Mississippi. So we do have a literacy issue in the United States. We've talked about it. We've talked about it before. I just kind of wanted to kind of pound it into all your heads since we talked about it a few days ago. This guy did a good talk about this. All right, I didn't have much to say. Maybe I probably should have chosen a different video. Regardless, it was good what he said. It was good what he said. Okay, now I wanted to talk to you all about something. I'm going to put my face up. Boop. Yay. All right, so hi guys. Hi. Oh my God, you're right. The green looks terrible. That's okay. Whatever. It's fine. It's fine. It looks like I've been, I don't know, eating marijuana, just like shoving marijuana flower in my mouth. Okay. I mean, that sounds fun, but I feel like that wouldn't taste good. All right. So, all right. So let's talk for a second. I don't know if you guys heard, but the Republican Party finally proposed a healthcare plan. Did you all hear about this? The Republican Party finally had a proposition for a healthcare plan. And, because, we've cut off all those subsidies. So everyone's, by the way, for those who aren't in America, I'm about to use a bunch of words that make zero sense and make me sound like a sociopath because how could healthcare be so complicated? Well, trust me, come to America and you'll see it's a madhouse here. So we've made it so complicated. It's basically incomprehensible to anyone outside the country. Regardless, remember how they've cut the subsidies that people rely on in order to, pay for their health care, for the stuff that they need to survive, etc. Well, the Republicans have proposed that instead of renewing those subsidies, what they want to do instead is give you got it, AJ, you get it. What they are saying they're going to do instead is they're going to give people with a high, what is it called? See, even I get these words mixed up. Deductible. High deductible plans will be granted $1,000 to $1,500 in a health savings account that they can choose where and when to spend. Now, for those who don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, because why would you? Who would have thought that you needed to be have a college level vocabulary to understand how a healthcare system works in a civilized country? What that means is a deductible is the amount of money that a healthcare company can make that can force you to pay for treatment before they will start paying for most of everything. Okay. Now this is complicated. So a high deductible plan is where, let's say you have a $6,000 deductible. That means they can charge you $6,000 for healthcare before they start paying for your procedures and things like that. Okay. And so a high deductible plan typically means you're in the range of like $6,000 to $8,000 deductibles. Just a little bit of money. And there you go, Jonas. You just go to the doctors. So what the Republicans are proposing and claiming, I know you, Alyssa, are claiming that this will help is, don't worry, we will give people with high deductibles $1,000 in a health saving account, and they can choose when to spend it on their deductible. Now, for those in America, you know that $1,000 is kind of like one MRI. I'm exaggerating, but only a little bit. I might not even be exaggerating. And for like a high deductible plan, that is practically nothing. It is throwing. There you go. Oh, Elliot Waffles. That's like 5 minutes at a hospital. All right. And okay. And the Republicans are like, this will save. Luke, that's the thing, Luke. Let me look up the exact numbers so I know I'm not exaggerating. But I'm pretty sure. Let's see here. Republican health plan. So just to get okay, the madness of this thing. All right. The deadline will be soon here. And by the way, that's about to. So most Americans pretty soon will see an $1,000 increase in their premiums. All right. Trying to see here. And by the way, there'll be no benefits given to people who aren't on high deductible plans. So people who don't have high deductible plans will still have to pay the same amount, if not more. I'm trying to find the exact numbers here. Give me a moment. Okay, here we go. Yep, the Senate GOP proposed that failed. Okay, it would the Senate GOP. Okay, they're proposing a payment of $1,000 to a healthcare account or $1,500. So I'm not exaggerating at all. That is their plan, to give $1,000 a year in a health savings account for high deductible plans. I'm really not exaggerating. Okay. Yeah, I know. And so, isn't it funny, guys? I mean, come on. It's kind of funny, right? The fucking clown show continues. The Republicans, obviously evil. I don't know how else to phrase them. The Democrats, deeply incompetent and corrupt, and also sometimes evil. The Democrats, just pure evil all the time. I'm sorry. Oh, God, sorry. Forgive me. That was very loud. I hope I didn't scare anyone. I accidentally clicked a button I shouldn't have clicked. I will, let me try this again. So I needed to add, I needed the clown music. I'm working on it, folks. I'm working at being better at sound effects. We need good sound effects here. We need the clown music. Where's the clown music? Oh, see, now I've ruined it because I have to find it all over again, and I don't know where it went, and I may have messed it up. Okay, here we go. Let's try it again. There we go. This is perfect, right? This is perfect. So, again, this is the country we live in. It's a goddamn clown show, all right? Don't you love it? Don't you love it? Okay, absolutely horrific. My apologies, Retro Asher. Okay, so this is our the Republicans' great plan for fixing the healthcare system is to toss us a bone that will barely help at all. Yeah, still playing at the. They also proposed the choice arrangements, allegedly to do collective bargaining and increase transparency. Yeah, but that's a bullshit in your groove. They won't. No one. What you think people are not going to be looking into the pharmacy benefits managers, and that's going to be okay. Right. My clown music. So that I forget what it's called. I can't remember the name of that piece of music. I really can't. On the site I'm using, it's called clown music. So it's just a toss it on the bucket. Now they have made some alterations since. I'd have to see what they are, but it's not. We need universal healthcare, folks. We need universal government-run healthcare. We need socialized healthcare. Do I need to repeat it again? More hilarious clown behavior by the Republicans, and I'm the one dressed like the jester. Is it March of the Gladiators? Okay, there you go, Retro Asher. So, yeah, 10 years for this plan. Oh, of course, Alyssa. I didn't know it would come, it'd be 10 years. All right, well, I'm not surprised. Hiyori, I should move to the UK. Oh, absolutely. It was Luke, the ACA was a forced giving of our money to healthcare companies. All right. So again, we won't do anything to actually fix the problem. We'll just mess around the edges and it won't actually help most people. Yep. All right, Elliot Waffles, the corruption and stuff is crazy. So just wanted to let you all know that was their healthcare plan. That was their healthcare plan proposal, and they are still messing with it. But, also, do we remember what the Democrats got in exchange for buckling on the opening of the government? Remember that the Republicans in the House we promise that we'll hold a vote. We promise we'll put on the floor and hold a vote on this healthcare subsidies. Well, Mike Johnson is saying that they're not going to hold a vote. And there are some Republicans who are saying, well, we kind of want to hold a vote. But obviously, the Republicans lied because it looks like they might not even hold a vote on that. And even if they did, it's not going to pass anyway. So, they did keep the promise to vote Senate, but not in the House, right? In your groove, did they do it in the House? Because the last I read, now, of course, maybe they've done it since then. Okay. They got a no vote? Okay, well, there you go. There you go. I mean, shocking, right? And I haven't read since then. I'm pretty sure in your group, let me double check this. Promise made to vote House government. Shut down. Let's see here. Yeah, well, also Mike Johnson also committed to it. And then, of course, he said no. Yeah, so Mike Johnson also committed to it. That's what I read too. But then, of course, he lied and changed his mind. But okay. Right, but again, it doesn't matter because we all knew they were going to vote no. Right, we're going to vote no anyway. Okay, so it was a complete waste of time. Right. So anyway, I know we need to shut this. I agree, Luke, but the Democrats are fools and they're corrupt, so they didn't do anything. Okay. I know, right? In your groove, that's my point, right? So, yeah. So, I mean, but of course, the Democrats believed it, right? They're all like, "Oh, our Republican colleagues are acting in good faith. They're acting in good faith." And of course, as they're saying this in front of a camera, you can see a bunch of $100 bills popping out of their pockets that some lobbyist from the healthcare company just gave to them, right? So okay. Ooh, all right. I know. So again, hey, don't you love that? More good news. Yay, guys. Yay. Let's hear it again. Let's hear it again. Yay. See, I'm way too into this. I'm way too into this. You all are going to be sorry that I ever thought of this idea. Okay. We really do need a real jester. Yeah, we need a real jester in Congress, and I agree there, Outer Signal. This is what I meant yesterday when we need people who are going to fight. Okay? Because, the Democrats just roll over. Really, Retro Asher? I didn't know that. Okay, well, long live the Ottoman Empire, Retro Asher. Okay. All right. So there's that fun. What other news do we have to talk about? So I wanted to mention that. That was the Republicans' healthcare plan. Okay. Agreed, Outer Signal. So, all right. Now, so there, that's good. That's good, right? That's very good. Drizilla some. There is some true crime stuff I enjoy. A lot of it, some of it I feel is a bit exploitative, but I do enjoy it when I watch it. Let's put it that way. Okay, yes. But I don't mind people that watch it. I just have trouble watching it sometimes. So, okay. And all right, so there's that. Don't we love that for us? What other news items do we have, folks, to talk about? I thought there was something else I wanted to mention, but I can't remember it now. And I'm trying to be, you know what I'm trying to do, folks? I have found that in the mornings, because I make those presentations, I'm not able to read and analyze the news. And then what happens is then when we finally talk about the news, I'm not prepared to talk about the news. So I'm trying to find a way to talk more about the news and stuff. Maybe have like 2 days a week where I do a presentation, and then the rest of the time I'm just doing news analysis and like other things like that, so that I actually have time to analyze the news and make sure I don't make mistakes like, oh, this has happened. This is, this has changed since I last read about it and things like that. Oh, please do, Drusilla. So, Bob, that's something else I want to let you know. I'm going to be trying to do more of that. I don't think there's much else going on that I thought was interesting. I mean, there's other nonsense, I'm sure. Okay, and by the way, they're still trying to find the suspect who they're still trying to find the suspect who did the shooting in Brown. Okay. All right, you guys. All right. So we've gotten enough things for us to. Oh my God, we're gonna watch that, Meowzord. We're gonna do that. Channel 5. Thank you, Meowzord. Oh my God, I should go to the Discord channel. I forgot. I should look up the reacts in the Discord channel. Let me do that first, Meowzord, so I'll be fair about this. Okay, so let's see what reacts we got here in the Discord channel. What do we got here? Oh, all right. The myth of technology. McDonald's special. Oh my goodness. All right, this is fun. I'm gonna watch. This will be a nice, I think, palate cleanser. Oh, I'll take a look, Drusilla. Thank you. So this is, I think, a palate cleanser from Melissa. It looks like a palate cleanser to me. So we'll just watch this real fast. This is Luke, how dare you, Luke? How dare you? Let's look at this. This is some guy, Chris Myrtle. Who sent this? Who sent this? Is this the wait a minute, is this no. Is this the guy you just recommended, Drusilla? Anyway, so let's watch this. Apparently it's funny.
Nor do I have a lot of
Oh, sorry, I'll put my face up here. What do you mean I listened to Meowzord? I didn't listen to Meowzord. I purposely ignored Meowzord. What do you mean? I'm always purposefully ignoring Meowzord. Everyone else is more equal than Meowzord. What do you mean? Okay, just kidding. All right.
knowledge on the matter, but as a Norwegian in Finland, when I saw Trump say, why can't we get Finns and Norwegians and Swedish people to US? These are places I would legit move to before the US. Mordor, the Nether.
Okay, I'm sorry, guys. I just noticed the volume's low. I'll turn it up for you, and I'll start it over so you all can hear it.
I'm not political, nor do I have a lot of knowledge on the matter, but as a Norwegian in Finland, when I saw Trump say, why can't we get Finns and Norwegians and Swedish people to US? These are places I would legit move to before the US. Mordor, the Nether, the Upside Down, Tatooine, Azkaban, District 12, the Void. Throw in the Bird Box world or a quiet place and you still got yourself a deal. Look, I'm not political,
Oh
nor...
my God, I love it. Yep, I feel him there. Right, Drusilla? I'm sure you feel it, Drusilla. That's good. That's very good. Okay, Arrakis. There you go. Okay. Okay. Hell. I mean, literally, just like the ninth circle of hell. I'm sure would be a much lovelier place to be. So, okay. Now that was good. Movie Steen. All right. The myth. Oh, you know what? That's interesting. Now we'll watch something from Meowzord. Because I actually did want to talk about this. This is a fascinating discovery.
MyPlanetHealthcare.gov is excellent. I can get.
This is so. There was a discovery. I have read about it a bit. Recently, they discovered that human beings invented fire about 350,000 years earlier than we thought they did, which is pretty cool. Which is very cool. So, just something to think about.
Live now to a fascinating new story, because researchers at the British and National History Museums have uncovered the earliest evidence of humans creating
Wait a minute, did you send something? Because I didn't see anything that
fire.
you sent, but
It happened more than 400,000 years ago at an ancient human settlement at Barnum Forest near Thetford
oh,
in
I
East
know,
Anglia. That is about 3.
And I know we all know, like, obviously the U.S. is full of human beings and stuff, and it's it's a great place. I mean, there are a lot of places you can live. That's great. I mean, I'm not, but it is true that things aren't great. Okay, you all know I'm not trying to be have hopium here, but okay.
350,000 years earlier than the previous best evidence. Our science correspondent Paolo Ghosh has had exclusive access to this prehistoric site.
The ability to create and control fire changed everything for humans.
Yeah. By the way, the reason we have such large brains is partially because we invented fire. Because without the invention of fire, we wouldn't have been able to reduce the size of our jaws and our teeth through evolution, which is what freed up a lot of space in our craniums for a larger brain. Because when you cook food, it typically becomes easier to eat, to chew on, and digest. So the invention of fire, very important.
It provided warmth at will. It enabled us to cook and eat meat, which enlarged our brains.
There you go.
It meant that we were...
And then also the fact that meat itself is full of a lot of things you need for your brain.
No longer a species clinging on for survival. We could invent and we could create and we could go on to become the advanced species
there you go.
we are today. All of this by bashing rocks together. And it happened here in the forests of Barnum in Suffolk. Archaeologists found fragments of this mineral here that changed the world forever.
It's the
Yeah, guys. Fire had multiple good effects. Like I said, it freed up space in our jaws for a larger brain. It also gave nutrients for us to have a larger brain.
internal surfaces of this that you can use by striking a flint to create sparks.
Right, you gonna
give it a go? You can give it a go.
Iron pyrite.
And this was in the UK that they found this. Rules Britannia, Britannia rules the waves.
Also known as fool's gold. It sparked a new golden beginning for humanity.
I'm sure you love that song, Dolly Boy. I bet it's your favorite song.
Under the treetops, an incredible secret remained buried until now.
So this is the area where we discovered this heated sediment, and you can tell it's heated because normally the clay is quite yellowy orange, and this was a distinct red.
This is where they were gathered around?
Yes, so this is where the hearth was. You can imagine early humans gathering around this fire and developing the very early use of language.
An incredibly special place.
Incredible.
Nick Ashton and his team found 3 crucial...
I don't know, Drizzle. I would have to look that up. We just like to burn things down, Louise. All
clues in this scientific detective story. As well as the fire, a hand axe on the left, and next to it, a tiny piece of iron pyrite, all in the same spot. Compelling evidence that the fire was deliberately created more than 400,000 years ago, 350,000 years earlier than previously thought. Deep in the secure vaults of the British Museum, the precious evidence is catalogued and analysed. Nick shows off his discoveries to his friend and scientific collaborator, Chris Stringer. He's one of the
guys, like earlier humans. So, we'd like to think humans were the same across all time, and they were generally the same. You could, this sounds gross, but like basically the definition of a species, this is complicated, is like if you can breed within that species, you're part of that species. Now we could talk about that. We could debate that. They did, Luke. They did. The Neanderthals were not these like barbarians or whatever as we think they are. But we, what was I going to say? I just lost my train of thought here. Earlier human brains, like if you look at earlier human skeletons, they're more robust. They're more similar to earlier forms of humans. And more modern humans have more gracile forms, so they have smaller teeth, smaller facial features, smaller bone structures. They're all humans. And exactly, Drusilla, we did breed with Decinovians too, absolutely. We did breed with Neanderthals, absolutely. So it's sort of a mixed thing, but it's interesting because earlier humans are less gracile, even though they're still human beings. They're still Homo sapiens sapiens. there anyway. But and partially the ability to cook and things like that was right. I know, me too, Dolly boy. And by the way, we bred with, but see, that's the thing, though, guys. Neanderthals are also humans. That's what I mean. So we bred with the Neanderthals. Okay.
Leading experts on human evolution.
The really important thing is, of the two pieces of pyrite, ideal for creating sparks.
A replica skull of the people living in Britain at the time shows that they were not of our species, but a different kind of human.
What's interesting is that the shape of the
I guess, well, these guys, I guess, were not. I thought that these guys were also Homo sapiens. I could be
skull,
wrong.
little details on the skull, suggest
we
that
do,
she was
Luke.
probably a very early Neanderthal, even 400,000 years ago.
Yeah, okay, Neanderthal. So there we got Neanderthal. So you
The
can,
Neanderthal-
like, that's why I said this is debatable, but like a lot of times it's defined as like the group in which you breed. And obviously there are certain species that that can actually go cross species in breeding. But okay.
Were beginning their evolution. So we think those fires at Barnum were being made by early Neanderthals. Using fire on both vegetable foods and meat foods means that you're liberating more energy to help you run that big brain.
There you go.
The discovery here, published in the journal Nature, begins a new search for where else different groups of humans, including our own species, Homo sapiens, learnt to use a technology that made us the inventive and innovative people we are today.
Well, I'm delighted to say Palab's here in the studio with me. Absolutely fascinating, this. So what was it like actually being there? Because
Thank you, Luke. See, Luke, I'm trying to not, because, I do have a degree in biological anthropology, but I don't focus on science as much in a lot of what I talk about. So I'm glad you agree with me, because I knew I was onto something. I couldn't quite put it into words. Yeah, the species definition is very muddy, right?
Fire changed everything, didn't it?
It did change everything. And just being in this place, which was one of the places which was the source of one of the biggest technological...
Guys, I love anthropologists and like prehistoric people like this guy. Like like experts, he's so funny. You can tell, like, most anthropologists and archaeologists and stuff I know, and whatever they may be, are like super excited about it and are like, look how into it, how excited he is. I love it.
Revolutions in our entire human history. It
Yeah,
led
absolutely,
to everything
Jonas.
else. So you could tell I was a bit lost for words. You could tell I was incredibly excited, because this was the moment that humanity gained control over the
Drusilla?
environment rather than the environment controlling us.
Yeah,
Because the ability to create fire was the moment that we gained real control. We could be warm when we wanted. We could cook food. Our brains increased in size, and that led to us being able to socialise more, talk to each other.
Right, Dolly boy. I bet they were kind of scared at first, right?
That led to social development. We could collaborate, cooperate, have better...
And the fire became a zone where people could gather around the heat and the flame. It also might partially be the reason why wolves became domesticated into dogs, because the fire became a place where wolves would wander in looking for scraps that humans had left. Okay, there's a bunch of other things that fire did.
A virtuous circle that led to us here.
So everything stems from that. How did they actually prove the timeline here?
Well, fire has been around ever since there was oxygen. Humans have been able to harness fire through natural fires for about 2 million years.
That's not easy.
But finding the pyrite, finding the hand axes that were heated, and finding the burnt soil altogether provides compelling evidence that they really did know what they were doing, especially since pyrite...
Yeah, they did. They did hunt. Sorry, here, did I miss some of your comments? They did hunt larger animals. We lost the megafauna, so that extra mass was not as beneficial. I would have loved to see other humans. Me too. Sorry, guys, I'm just reading here. I feel like I missed some comments. They also must have hunted wild. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Yep. I'm sorry, I'm reading it. Yep, absolutely. I always view it as like dogs came about because they would find like kind of the dumb, not as aggressive wolves. Okay, I don't mean to call them dumb. All right, I don't mean to do, but like the not as smaller, not of aggressive wolves, and over time you would breed the smaller, not aggressive wolves that would be coming close to you, and they got nicer and nicer and nicer over the generations. Same with cats and things like that. And over time, you could keep them as pets, and they became sort of a symbiont symbiont species, kind of like those fish that are on the back of sharks, or should I say dolphins? Those fish that are on the back of sharks, those are symbiotic. Dogs are sort of a symbiotic species with us. And we have benefited them, and they have benefited us in certain ways. Let me give you another example, folks. Corn or like wheat. Who is controlling who? Is the corn evolving to allow us to spread its genetics all over the globe? It's very corn is extremely extremely successful evolutionarily because it is now everywhere on the globe. Same with wheat. So, did we domesticate it for our sake, or was it was part of its evolution being able to be domesticated? You see what I mean? Corn and humans benefited from anyway. They benefit from each other. All right, kind of like cats. Yeah, absolutely, exactly, Meowzord. And so that might be an ancient corn called teosinte. I'll show you what teosinte looked like. And over time, human beings basically evolved it through through selection to be more productive for humans, but that also benefited the corn. Okay, where I'm trying to see teosinte here. It benefited the corn because now the corn is everywhere. So this is the original corn. Not much there. Not much there, right? But over time, human beings selected corn that was larger and more, easier to produce. And over time, they increased the size. And it was also beneficial for the corn as a species because then the corn got spread everywhere by human beings, right? So it's interesting. That's called symbiosis. Okay. There you go. Selective breeding allows you see what I mean? If there is no God, why does corn fit in our hand? Oh my God, Meowzord. I know. Have you guys heard that argument that creationists say? They'll say things like, well, God must have made these things because, for example, bananas fit perfectly in a human hand, which, of course, my response to that is, what about a pineapple? Well, God certainly didn't make a pineapple very holdable, did it? Did he? Okay. Yes. And I think maybe someone else, I think I've heard that somewhere. Right? So if the banana fits, you must have quit. Hiyori, it's unclear, but we're pretty sure, for example, the Neanderthals were killed and interbred with humans. So, for example, I have some Neanderthal DNA in me, Hiyori. So, like, Neanderthals were probably wiped out by humans and or bred with them, probably some of both. Other forms of humans went extinct for various reasons, most of them probably because of humans. Yep. Yep, absolutely, Dolly Boy, you're right. A lot of other species evolved the same things that humans have in the same places. Yep, absolutely, Jonas. We merged with some and the rest died out or were killed. Absolutely. So I'm sure Luke is in heaven right now. Luke, our resident biology person here. I know that's not just what you do, Luke. I know that it's more complicated than that, but you do know a lot about biology. All right, so we continue. Going back to what we were just watching. There we go.
Found in the locality that to bring it in, for them, this fool's gold was the most precious substance on the entire planet, and it changed everything, as you say.
Paolo, absolutely fascinating. Thanks very much for taking us through all.
Oh, was Dolly Boy? Did I mess something up? Oh, so you guys were joking. I assumed you were right, Dolly Boy, because that can happen. There's other animals oftentimes that live in the same places as humans, evolve very similar traits to humans genetically, because they're in the same environment. All right. Unless, what was your? Oh, it was a cheeky joke. Oh, wait, excuse me. Would you explain it to me so I don't seem like an idiot? What is I'm pretty sure I learned during biology that dogs have evolved sickle cell anemia, sickle cell as well in the areas where there is an abundance of it. I mean, I don't even know if malaria affects dogs, but I just believe that. I mean, it makes sense if it would. Okay. All right, you guys.
All of that.
Yeah. Oh, you're right, AJ. You're right. But, a lot of creationists will say, oh, well, God made the banana so it would fit in human hands. Okay.
Do head to the website as well. A full long read.
Oh, see, I told you guys, Dolly Boy wasn't joking. Let's look it up. You know what? Let's solve this once and for all. Dolly Boy. Why am I writing Dolly Boy? Jesus Christ. I almost wrote Dolly Boy in the search. Okay, yes, sickle cell is an adaptation made to deal with malaria. And I would suspect sickle cell dogs humans. Oh, it says, I guess, that they don't. Sickle cell primarily affects humans, but dogs don't naturally get it. Huh. I don't see evidence of it, but I would have to look more into it. That's interesting. Okay. Yeah. No, I'm just curious, Dolly Boy. All right. All right. Okay. So, but yeah, it's interesting how these things work. And that's, by the way, also true. There's a lot of people in Africa, for example, who have uh, I don't want to get confused here, but who have a recessive gene for sickle cell. They're heterozygous when it comes to sickle cell anemia because it's beneficial to have some sickle-shaped shells if you live in an area that has tons of malaria. Now, you don't want full-on sickle cell anemia because you will die eventually, and it'll be very painful. But a lot of people from Africa, there's a higher incidence of sickle cell anemia, and especially of heterozygous recessive sickle cell, because it is beneficial to have it if you live in an area that is high in malaria. Okay. There you go, Luke. You're phrasing it better than I could. Okay. So biology is cool. Let's continue here.
Also being prepared there and with the very latest details on that story.
There you go. So there you go. Geez, that's interesting. So that's really cool that they just learned that, or at least they believe that they figured that out. Have you guys ever heard of the theory? Let's see here. Bipedalism theories. But that's what I was saying. If anyone saw there's that one, Meowsord. The one so guys, I'm going to do a presentation sometime on theories of why human beings developed bipedalism. I suspect there are it's a combination of reasons, but let's put it this way, one of the more bizarre theories that was taken seriously for a while, and might be partially true, is this one. And I wanted to show it to all you because I don't believe this. It's called the aquatic theory, and I find it rather humorous. So, because there's a famous image that an anthropologist showed to try and show what it would have looked like. Here we go. Now, okay, I'll just show you this. So, the aquatic theory for bipedalism is the idea that human beings developed bipedalism so they could walk across bodies of water. Okay, so that you could just kind of you can hold your breath and you can just walk across a body of water instead of swimming. And yeah, but Meowser, the funny thing though is the original anthropologist who came. This is only one of the theories. There's also the tall grass theory. There is the tools theory, the idea of it opens up your hands to hold tools and things like that. There's a bunch of theories about this, but the anthropologist who came up with this theory said that It is human beings could do this because the long hair on human beings' head allowed babies and infants to hold on to the hair and float as they were going across a body of water. I'm trying to, okay, that sounds crazy. Most people don't agree with that these days, but it was just kind of funny. I want to find that image. Bipedalism, aquatic theory. And bipedalism, aquatic theory, baby hair. Why? Okay. Yeah, and I always just thought it was kind of a funny theory. That doesn't make much sense to me, but hey, it's that's what theories are. Oh, I can't find the image. There's a famous image of it of like a baby holding on to a woman's hair as she crosses water. I don't know. All right. Regardless, longer scalp hair. Here we go. There we go. It actually says here. Yeah, there you go. Longer scalp hair becomes thicker and stronger during pregnancy so that a floating infant can cling to it. Now, there was zero evidence of this, and I just have this image of like babies holding on to mother's hair crossing water, and most people discount this theory. It's possible that it may have been beneficial to cross water by being bipedal, but we don't think that's the main reason why they developed it. But isn't that funny? Right? A bit of a stretch. Seems like that's a bit of an add-on, right? That we have longer hair on top that's thicker during pregnancy. Because if you're pregnant, why would there be a baby holding onto your hair also? Because isn't the baby inside of you? Okay. Anyway, so just a fun side note there. Human beings are really cool in a lot of ways. Also, I don't know if I've done that. Well, I've probably done that before. I agree, Malzard. I agree. They do, Alyssa. They do. They love holding hair, but and it's possible, Alyssa. But I don't know if they would hold on like to float while crossing over a river. Yeah, Alyssa. I don't know. Maybe I'm exaggerating this. I just thought it was kind of a funny thought. And let me show you another image here. Opening at Creation Museum. Okay, images. So I'm trying to find what the first thing you see when you walk in the Creation Museum. I think I showed it. I think I talked to you guys about it before. Yeah, this looks like it. Oh, they don't show the whole picture, do they? They do not they do not show the whole picture. So right here, if you go to the Creation Museum, okay, yeah, right, the whole hair holding thing. Okay, there you go. Imagine crossing a river and having a floating baby tethered to your hair. Exactly. Exactly. I just feel like that isn't really okay. So this is the Creation Museum. This is now I can't find a picture that shows them together, probably because they're embarrassed by it. And I've been here, but at the Creation Museum in Kentucky, they have this image. The first thing you see when you walk in the building is this. You see a Utah raptor. By the way, a velociraptor is not what you think. If you have seen the Jurassic Park movies, a velociraptor in real life is like the size of a chicken. It's not really the best. It's not really it's not like a big dinosaur. This is actually a Utah raptor, but the makers of Jurassic Park thought that velociraptor sounded scarier than Utah raptor because what is it, a Mormon yet raptor? Like what do you should be scared of? So they added so anyway, this is a Utah raptor, but when you go inside, there you go. Okay. If you go into the Creation Museum, you see this guy next to these guys right here and they're all right next to each other. That's a good point, Luke. Okay. God damn it. God damn it. I don't know why I'm just not doing very well right now. All right. All right. Where is it? All right. So right next to this image right here. If they let me show, I'll show it to you. Okay. It's this image right here. So a little bit to the right of these guys are is the Utah raptor standing there. Okay, you can see here we have a man. There's also a child nearby and a woman. Also notice, guys, notice. Do we see the other animals that are in this image in the quote unquote Garden of Eden next to the man and the child that's out of screen, and then right over here there's a Utah raptor? Do we see the other animal? Can you see the animal right here? It's kind of hard to see. Right in front of the man. Do we see what animal is right in the middle of this tropical environment? Apparently having a grand old time with this human. Do we see? I just want to see if anyone can see it. It's a penguin, Luke. It's a penguin. It's a penguin. Because apparently, all these animals live together in a tropical environment, including a penguin, who I'm sure, Luke, correct me if I'm wrong. I'm pretty sure a penguin doesn't really have the best evolutionary traits to live in a tropical environment. I just feel like it wouldn't do so well. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm crazy. I just kind of feel like a penguin would not do so well in a tropical environment. Also, stay away from the chimpanzee. I also don't think the human and the chimpanzee would do well living right next to each other. Nor do I think any of these are mainly herbivores. But remember, of course, folks, I have not, Drusilla. Of course, according to the creationists, all animals in the Garden of Eden were herbivores. None of them ate meat. None. Eating meat only came after the fall of man. Okay, then creatures started eating meat. So that is an herbivorous chimpanzee. The Utah raptor that we saw is an herbivore. All right, the herbivorous Utah raptor who has sharp teeth because it needs to cut through the leaves. Literally, that's what it says at the museum. It says that they had sharp teeth to slice through the leaves. It wasn't for the tearing and rending of flesh. No. No. It was not for that. It was for chopping through leaves. Okay? And right, Meowsword, right? Okay. And so that's fun. That's fun. Anyway, what's this image? I want to see. I'm sorry, there's some more great images here. God damn it. Right, no, of course, there's that too. And then of course there's a massive snake that apparently, cursed everyone. I'm trying to find there's some more great images here. I need to find these. Oh yeah, also that's another thing too. Do you see what's here on the tree? This is a falcon, which by the way, that beak on that falcon and those sharp talons were for, picking up nuts and fruits and things like that. It had nothing to do with going after prey and having to hold on to it and tear it to bits with a beak. Apparently that falcon has that sharp beak for the sake of going after fruits. Okay? So just a thought. Okay, just a factual analysis. Okay. Yep. Oh, you're so right, Mouser. Let's see what Alyssa has here. What'd you send, Alyssa?
I saw a Facebook post saying, what's one Bible story that fell apart as soon as you started to think about it? So I thought about it a little bit, and I wrote this. A man and his family of 8 people built a ship large enough to house 2 of every single species of animal alive on Earth today. That's 13 million individual animals, ranging from insects to elephants, not including marine animals.
Can you imagine? Okay. First of all, how big would that boat have to be? Second of all, are they all going to live and just kumbaya and sing together? Oh, I forgot. I'm sorry. They're all herbivores. The lions, the gazelles, the velociraptors. Okay, well, actually, no. The dinosaurs, according to the creationists, the dinosaurs were punished by God, and so they died in the flood. Same thing with dragons. Dragons were also used to exist, but they were killed in the flood or whatever. Okay, so apparently he didn't get... All right. Yes, Meowzor, there are 2 male lions. Absolutely. Yeah, all right.
All species must be present because the Bible said so, and Christians reject evolution, as well as all of the food needed for all of them to survive 150 days, and they all simultaneously left their homes at the correct times to all arrive in the Middle East at the same time. None of them were late, there were no extras, and none of them died on the journey or on the ship. Then
Man, you know what? Outer Signal, maybe that's how they became carnivores. After they ran out of food on the Ark, they just started eating each other.
all went back to their homes without a single casualty on their return trips
Mhm.
or until they repopulated. It took Noah's family 100 years to build the
Right,
boat.
Hiyori, agreed.
That includes the wood necessary to build the ship of this size was logged, hauled, processed, and then fabricated into this vessel within this time period. But that makes sense because he started when he was 500 years old and lived to be 950 years old.
Okay, thank you, Luke.
Also, all of the plants survived 150 days underwater.
Oh, I didn't
All of
even.
the
I forgot
freshwater
about that.
aquatic
That includes plants.
animals were able to survive 150 days in salt water. And when the flood was over,
That's a good point. I never thought of that.
the water knew where to put the fresh water back and where to put the salt water back. And all of the extra water that created the flood just vanished as easily as it appeared. All of the bacteria and viruses were infected into the animals because no evolution, which
all these bacterias and crap living together
killed
too.
none of them or their offspring, but still continued to be present in them long enough to exist after they repopulated. Then after the flood.
Now, here's a question for you all. It is debated. Now, Luke, you can. Well, I don't know what your opinion on this, Luke, is. Do you know that viruses, it is debated among scientists if viruses are actually living things or not. They're kind of like free-floating DNA. They kind of have some characteristics of being life, but also not. They're kind of like free-floating DNA that attaches into your DNA. So viruses are interesting, but I am curious. So were viruses also allowed on the ship? Because were they really humans or not? Maybe not humans. Were they animals? Were they viewed as life at the time? Because boy, wouldn't it be funny if there was like the Ebola virus just sitting on there? I guess the Ebola, if we're going to view viruses as life, which I don't know if I do, but then that would have been like the Ebola virus just sitting on there. Apparently, HIV was just sitting on there. No problems. Apparently, it just okay.
Noah, Noah's wife, and Noah's 3 sons and their wives repopulated the earth with humans. Then a species
There
like
you go,
a
Luke, I
housefly,
thought
as
so.
an example,
It's
with a
muddy.
total lifespan of 28 days, had to reproduce over several generations while maintaining their population at 2,
There you go.
despite laying hundreds of eggs at a time. Then certain species like certain frogs or lizards, which reproduce asexually and do not require 2 partners, still brought along 2 partners. Did I get that right? Is there anything I'm missing, leaving out? Because that's the story. And of course, the easiest cop-out answer to explain all of this would just be God is all-powerful. But if God is all-powerful, why all this work? Why all this preparation? Why all of this when God could just and kill every person except
Yeah, right. I
Noah
wasn't on the
and
guest
his
list,
family?
right?
He did it with Sodom and Gomorrah, allegedly, so why 100 years of buildup? Why all this work and effort? And why did all the other animals have to die? It just leaves more
Because
questions.
he's a monster, obviously.
I saw a Facebook
Yeah,
post.
and also that is funny. Why did the animals have to be punished? Why'd all the animals have to die for the human? Okay, I don't know why we're doing this. You're right, Luke. That's the thing. Like, I know it's debated. Some scientists would say they're a form of life. Others would say no, they're just kind of machinery. They just kind of are molecules that do. Okay, yeah, it's complicated. For a long time I wanted to be a virologist because I thought viruses were super interesting. You also have retroviruses, which you know about, Luke, and things like that. All right, so fun stuff. I know I got a little bit off. God was a psycho, Alyssa. Absolutely. Why have a flood at all? An all-powerful God could just delete. Oh, of course, but in your groove, that would remove the cruelty, right? Because apparently God had to do it cruelly and watch all those people, die. I guess drown. So okay, I like kind of sounds like a sociopath to me. All right, yeah, like a blood sport, right? Cheese soup. You couldn't just do a Thanos thing. You had to be like, I want to watch them drown. Yeah, and why would you also have to watch the animals drown? Because surely they were guilty of what the humans did. Okay, anyway. So, all right, I think we're good with that. I'm sorry, I know I got a little bit I got off track there. Let's play a game, folks. Let's quickly play that food game one more time because we're getting low on time here. Food guesser. Food guesser. And by the way,
I
as
saw
I
a
always say,
Facebook
folks,
post saying,
for
"What's
those out
one
there
Bible
who
story
are
that fell
religious,
apart as soon as
please keep believing your religion. I'm not trying to change your view. I'm just saying that the Creation Museum is kind of crazy. All right. Okay, be good or I'll make you disappear in a puff of smoke, right? So let's do food guesser because I was really liking it. I know I'm like repetitive. I play the same things over and over again, and then I get bored and we do something else. Regardless, food guesser because I was enjoying it yesterday. Thank you, Meowsword, for yelling out the names, even though we don't know what they are already. We can't see them. Okay, so let's play this. This is food guesser. As always, let's make sure. I hope we don't get the same crap like we did last time. All right, here we go, guys. So let's work on this. Thank you, Dolly Boy. Okay, thank you, Dolly Boy. Of course, the Scot would say France because you and your ancient Scottish alliance. Okay. All right. So, where's my face? Yeah, that is. If you're in here, defend. Yeah, that is. Hey, that's a good point, Alyssa. That is true. That is true. Okay. So, what do we think? So this says chicken, pork, or beef, potatoes, carrots, bell peppers, tomatoes, garlic, onion, soy sauce, fish sauce, bay leaves, green peas, optional, pineapple chunks, chickpeas, hot dogs. Okay. What the Here's what it looks like. Filipino, Thai, or Hawaiian. Okay, honestly, my initial thought was Hawaiian. So I guess I'm gonna try the USA. Bye-bye, Hiyori. Thanks for stopping by. I'm gonna try the USA for now. And we'll see how close that is. Ice cold. Okay, so it was absolutely not the USA. Let's try the Philippines. Philippines. Philippines, Philippines. Hey! Whoever said that was correct. Whoever said the Philippines was correct. Okay. All right. It's called afritada. Afritada. Afritada is a Filipino dish that typically involves meat, commonly chicken, but also pork or beef, simmered in a tomato-based sauce. The origins of afritada can be traced back to Spanish colonial influence. By the way, folks, I believe we need one more super chat or two more super chats. Wait a minute. How many do we? I don't remember. I don't remember how many we have. I know we got enough to get up to 7 or 8. I think we got up to 8, regardless. Okay. All right. So that is that. Let's continue. Next round here. Super chat. There we go. Ooh, this looks like Polish or something. No, it isn't. I lied. White beans, chorizo. Okay. Chorizo, more blood sausage, morsilla, pancetta, ham, hock, onion, garlic. Thank you so much, Dolly Boy. Thank you very much for the super chat. As always, Dolly Boy. I see. Look, I didn't ignore you this time, Dolly Boy. I didn't ignore you this time. Aren't I beneficent, Dolly Boy? Thank you very much. This saffron and paprika. Ooh. It says the origins of this dish can be traced back to rural communities. Those look like Great Northern beans, in my opinion. Yeah, they're white beans, I guess. Hello, Plant Sunshine. Spain, Jonas? You think Spain? Here's some more images of it. There's blood sausage in it. Huh. I really don't know. Spain? Spain? But like, isn't it weird? You think Poland? It's weird though. They have saffron in it. Saffron kind of throwing me off. You think Spain? Okay, we'll try Spain. Okay. Well, for all the people that said Spain, you were correct. You were correct. Is that true, Outer Signal? The chat on YouTube is super slow or whatever? You all were correct. Okay, you're right. Not Polish, too vibrant. That's fair, Mazur. So this is Fababa Austriana. I'm guessing it's from Asturias, okay? Or Asturias. I can't pronounce it. I'm an idiot. But all right. It's a traditional Spanish dish originally from the region of Asturias in northern Spain. It is a hearty and flavorful stew made with white beans, pork shoulder. Okay, we already mentioned all that. So this was made by shepherds and stuff. Cool. All right, next round. I am not a fan, guys. I cannot eat, I don't know, coagulated blood. That's weird. I wonder what's happening. I wonder why it's slowing down. Hopefully everything's okay. I don't know. Okay. So it says shrimps. Here's a question. Okay, I'm literally asking this. I know I sound incompetent. Isn't shrimp the plural? I guess you could also say shrimps. I guess it doesn't really matter. Shrimps, butter, mace, nutmeg, cayenne pepper, white pepper, salt, lemon juice, bay leaf, Worcestershire sauce. This dish is a traditional seafood delicacy featuring small peeled shrimps preserved in spiced clarified butter, usually flavored with nutmeg and cayenne pepper. The mixture is poured into pots or ramekins and chilled until the butter solidifies. You think German? You say Indonesia? Ooh, and it looks like it's served on bread. So Drusilla says German. In your group, okay. Norway? Baltic? Oh my God, guys, come on, guys. We need some more agreement. What is this? I can't make a decision myself. Fork and okay. Yaha, Jonas. Iceland, looking at the bread. You know what? I'm gonna go because we've never had one from Iceland. I'm gonna say Iceland. Just for fun. Just for fun. It is not, but we're warm. It says it is southeast of Iceland, so that could be Norway, that could be the UK. Let's try Norway. Wait, are you here? Wait. Where is she? Is Drusilla here? No, AJ, it is not pronounced that way the in Midwest United States. We pronounce it Worcestershire sauce. I know it's pronounced differently in the UK, but that is one thing where we're separated by a common language, right? Okay, so it is Worcestershire sauce in the Midwest. Okay, so do we think Denmark? Okay, you know what? I'm going to try Norway. AJ, I know, but trust me, in the Midwest here, we pronounce it Worcestershire sauce. I believe you. I believe you. All right. Nope, not Norway. South. Okay, I think it is the UK. Yep, it's the UK. It's the UK. All right. All right. So, potted shrimps. Shrimps. Yeah, hey guys, you want to hear something crazy? I know we're all hating me. We're all hating me, but there is a city. How do you pronounce this? How do you pronounce this city? Someone tell me in chat, how do you pronounce the city? I'm not going to say it. There you go, SoCal. That is how you pronounced it. There you go. Worcester. Okay. Worcester. I agree. This is Worcester, not Worcester. So Worcestershire makes more sense, right? In my opinion. But no, it doesn't make more sense. You can understand how people in the Midwest might pronounce Worcestershire as Worcestershire, right? Because to us that looks very similar. So like in the Midwest, that's how we pronounce it. All right? Worcestershire. Okay? So my pronunciation is superior to all of yours, because there are obviously better and less better pronunciations, and obviously my middle American pronunciation is superior. Okay, anyway, Worcestershire sauce. Moving on. So okay. Hello, by the way, Tiago. All right. Oh wait, no, right. I need to go back to
and
this.
to stop mindlessly scrolling, or do you want to
Okay. In your groove. Okay. I know I'm just being an asshole here. Okay. So let's go to this next one here. Here we go. Okay, this looks delicious. Oh my god. Is this Oh my god, I want it. I want it. I'm guessing Meowsword will know what this is. Yep. Okay, yeah, we think China. Look at this. Oh my god, that looks I want that shit. So pork belly combination of I thought so. You would know it. So Plant Sunshine says Japan. Combination of ginger, garlic, aromatic spices, chili, sugar, star anise. Oh, the anise. I don't want the anise in there. I'm sorry. That sounds inappropriate. But I don't want the anise. Light and dark soy sauces and rice wine. So I'm going to say China, and if Meowsword is wrong, I will exile him from the community forever. Yay! Yay! Okay. Red braised pork belly. Red braised pork belly. This looks amazing. I really want this. This is from China. Okay. This is from China. I don't know what else to say. It just looks really good and I want some. It looks so good, Meowsword. All right. Mmm. What are these? Are they just balls? Are they cheese in them? Okay. Glutinous rice flour, water, sugar, salt, yeast, red bean paste, oil, coconut flakes optional. Gayland, how dare you, Tiago? This dish is a sweet, chewy treat made from glutinous rice. What do we think? You think South Korea? We think China? Provence? Sorry, this is I'm trying to see what this language is in the background. It looks like English. But the red bean paste is throwing me. I think that makes me think somewhere in East Asia. Korea, Southeast Asia, not China, not Japan. Okay, you know what? Let's try. I hope you all know I'm joking about, by the way, guys, I'm joking about pronunciation and shit. I don't give a shit how you pronounce things. Okay, I think it's cute. I just like arguing about useless things because it's innocent to argue about useless things. So we think Thailand. Okay, we'll try Thailand. Okay. Cool. Okay, we're very close. It is to the northeast of Thailand. So this could be it could be China. It could also be Vietnam or Laos or you think French? Let's try Vietnam. Nope. Northeast of it's China or Japan. China. Nope. It borders it though. Oh, you know what? It is probably Korea. But wait a minute. What? Excluding Wait a minute. This says it's excluding Taiwan, Hong Kong, and Macau. So Hong Kong, they're not counting that as part of China? Well, that's confusing. So it has to be northeast of China. But like it's weird that okay, so is it Taiwan? No, it is northeast of Taiwan, guys. All right. I'm going to say Japan. It is Japan. I was wrong. It was South Korea. Wait a minute. No, it wasn't. I'm confused. Nope, it is Korea. We just got it wrong. We just got it very wrong. Yeah, we just got it wrong. It was Korea. North we guessed all around it. It was North and South Korea. Jesus Christ. Okay, this is the first time, folks. You need to do better, guys. You need to do better. This was humiliating. We've never done this bad before. Okay? Come on, folks. Buck up. Buck up, folks. Try harder. You're embarrassing me, okay? This is embarrassing. Let's go on to the next one. All right? Okay, well, we still got super foodie, but let's try again. Let's try again. Tiago, F you, Tiago. F you, Tiago. All right. I know, Louise. We all should have listened to Louise. So everyone needs to bow at the feet of Louise and beg her forgiveness for this failure. Yeah, Dolly Boy, we don't need to be reminded of that, okay? We don't need to be reminded of who I ignored. Okay, this might be Japan. Pork belly, this could be a lot. Pork belly, soy sauce, rice wine, from the music you listen to, Louise, I'm not surprised you knew where this one came from. I know what you like to see, Louise. All right. That's an inside joke between Louise and I. Pork belly, soy sauce, rice wine, rock sugar, shallots, garlic, 5-spice powder, steamed bun, cilantro, crushed peanuts, pickled mustard greens, hoisin sauce. It looks like bao, right? Well, kind of looks like a bao bun. So I don't know, AG, I don't know. 5-spice is always China. So we think China? Let's try China. But I wasn't sure where bao buns originally came from. It was China. Okay, very good. It was China and Taiwan. Koa Pao. Yeah, gua bao. It's bao. Okay, traditional street food originating from Fujian. Okay, all right. Next round. Oh well. Oh my God. Okay. This might come from Druzilla's country. Ugh, okay. And actually might not, Drusilla. Please forgive me. Uh, Smoked sardines and eggs. Smoked sardines and eggs. What do we think? A savory omelet made by mixing shredded tinapa. Smoked sardine. I just imagine. I'm just kidding, Drusilla. I'm being an asshole, Drusilla. Okay. Drusilla, all I really know about Norwegian food is that there's like pickled fish and stuff. I have a very limited view, so I just assumed. Okay. Uh, what do we think? You think England, Thailand, Portuguese? I'm sorry, Drusilla, love you. Okay. Portuguese, Spanish. Okay, you know what? Let's try. I actually am siding with the Spanish thing. I'm gonna try Spanish. And then if we're really wrong, we'll go over to Asia. Well, if it lets me do it. Spanish. Oh no, I have to put Spain, not Spanish. Jesus. Let's try it. Ice cold. Okay, we're very wrong about that. Very wrong indeed, folks. Now, it does say it's northeast of Spain, but we're ice cold. So I don't think Thailand would be northeast of Spain, right? Okay. Okay, you know what? You think Ghana, but that's not northeast of Spain, right? Okay, excellent. I see what you're saying. You didn't know that before. All right. Ghana, Filipino. You want to try Canada? No, that's not northeast. Well, it could be. I'm going to try Thailand. I know that's not really not. I'm sorry. I'm going to try Philippines because that could be east. I guess I would have to look at a map to see if it's directly east on a map. But oh, okay. There you go. It was the Philippines. Whoever said that, thank you. Jonas, was it Jonas who said it? Someone, yeah, said it. Whoever said it first, good job. You get all the credit in the world, even if I don't name you. I'm sorry, Drusilla. I'm just a dumb American. Forgive me. Okay. If you're nice, I'll say yes if it's Norwegian. Remember that. I know. I'm sorry, Drusilla. Forgive me. I love Norway. I just want to live there. So I'm upset and I insult it because I feel bad that I don't live there because it's a better country than mine. Okay. It helps me feel better. All right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you're right. So that was Tortang sardinas. All right. Yum. I would try it. I probably wouldn't like it, but I'd try it. Here we got. Is that a snake? Oh, it's a catfish. Okay. Deep fried catfish, rice, peanuts. I'm already thinking Thailand here. Peanuts, kenkur, tamarind, garlic, shallots, red chili, salt, sugar, water, lime, sweet soy sauce, vegetables. Okay. Are you serious, Sir Bartholomew? You think Canada? Because I don't think tamarind is particularly Canadian, right? I don't know. I'm leaning towards like Thailand or Vietnam. Yeah, that combination. I'm gonna try Thailand. Is it, Sir Bartholomew? Is it? Yeah, let's try Thailand first. Nope, we're close though. I'm gonna say Vietnam now. No. Ooh. Wow, it is okay. Okay. We're warm now, but it's southeast of Vietnam. Southeast of Vietnam. Jesus Christ, there's a lot of little islands and shit down there. So Indonesia? Indonesia? Do we think I'm trying Indonesia? Yeah, it was Indonesia. Okay, that's good. Oh, thank God. Oh, because that would have been gotten really frustrating. A lot of little islands down there. Okay, this was from Indonesia. Pekel lele. But have we had any African dishes yet? I want to see some African dishes. All right. This racist quiz. Not we haven't had like really anything from Latin America either. Okay, it's all Asia and Europe so far, for the most part. Well, there was one Algerian one, but okay. Anyway, let's see here. Street fools. Okay. All right, let's go to the next one. That is, I guess, it's a traditional Indonesian dish commonly found in street food stalls and small eateries, particularly on the island of Java. Okay, Java. All right, next one. Oh, pork, oats, beef, bacon, onions, suet, salt, pepper, optional barley and spices. I would eat that out. I would try it. I would try it. I don't know if I'd eat the whole thing, but I would try it. Yeah. So it's a white country. All right. Yeah, it definitely seems to lack a lot of flavor, and I see potatoes that look unseasoned. This is screaming somewhere in Europe or America. Pork, oats, beef, bacon. I need suet. Okay. Again, I would try this. I probably wouldn't like it. This dish is a hearty sausage traditionally enjoyed during colder months. So colder months. This sounds very Eastern European. Can we say I'm going to try Poland? I know no one's saying that. I'm going to try Poland though. Oh, it does. It borders Poland. And it says that whatever country it is to the west of Poland. So I'm going to try Germany now. Germany. Yeah, it was Germany. Okay. Yay. This is why I should not listen to any of you. I think SoCal got it. I'm sorry, SoCal. I should have listened to you. All right. Hinkel is a type of sausage originating from northern Germany, particularly associated with the regions of Bremen, Oldenburg, and East Frisia. It is traditionally consumed during the colder months. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. I'll try it. I'll try it. I won't like it, but I'll try it. Ooh, these are little bananas. Look, aren't those cute? Saba bananas, skewers, butter, and sugar. Okay. Butter and sugar. Saba bananas. That looks delicious, actually. To make this dish, peel ripe Saba bananas, skewer them. You know what? Tiago says Brazil. Luke says the Philippines. Okay. You think Philippines? We got two people saying Philippines now. So is the banana? You think this is Philippines? I literally have no idea. Sugar, bananas, everything Barilla has, but these are Saba bananas. Is that like? I don't know where those come from. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna do it based off numbers. Several people said Philippines. Yep, it's the Philippines. This is ginangan. Traditional snack from the Philippines, particularly popular in the Visayas and Mindanao regions. It consists of Saba bananas, a tropical variety very distinct from common banana fruits. Ooh, this looks delicious. I kind of want one of these. All right. This looks delicious. Let's go to the next one here. Okay, let's do it one more time. I'm sorry, I'm having too much fun. We'll play one more time. I hope I'm not beating a bush this over, but okay, now that almost looks Scottish at first. This isn't a Scotch egg. It's not a Scotch egg. This is definitely not well, it could be a Scotch egg. It's a very big Scotch egg if it is a Scotch egg. Beef breadcrumbs, kakio kave, I thought it said cardiovascular disease. Whoops! I thought it said beef breadcrumbs cardiovascular disease, but it says Caciocavallo cheese, eggs, parsley, garlic, ham, pancetta, olive oil. Actually, it might be. This dish is it might be Italy, guys. It might be Italy. Ingredients: mincemeat, breadcrumbs, hard-boiled eggs, salami, and fresh herbs. I gotta say, this sounds almost Italian. Yeah, let's try Italy. Yep, it's Italy. Farsu mag. Oh my god, I'm so hungry now. Farsu magru. I don't know what that is. It's Sicilian. Oh my gosh, my dad would have gotten mad at me because I said Italian instead of Sicilian. Oops. It's Sicilian, not Italian. Not Italian. It kind of looks like a beef Wellington, right? Yum. I would totally eat that. It looks delicious. Next round. Oh, okay. Blood sausage. Okay, well, this could be several places. This could be the UK. This could be Germany. Like, okay, I feel like this looks too good to be German blood sausage. The German blood sausage I've had has like blood clots pouring out of it, and it's almost like a sausage filled with blood as opposed to be. So I'm gonna say this is the UK. Let's try the UK for this. UK. No, it wasn't. It's to the east of the UK. So it might be actually Germany then. Maybe it is Germany. Germany. No. Oh, it borders Germany. It's Poland? Okay, it was also Poland. Oh, God, Lord. It was also Poland. Louise, it couldn't have been France. The meat was cooked, right? Just kidding. The French, there's some great French food. I just know some French food, they like their raw beef, and I don't like raw beef. Okay. Kazanka, also known as Grützwurst, Nip, or Krupniok. Okay. Traditional Polish sausage made primarily from ingredients such as pig's blood, buckwheat, or barley. Well, I mean, I feel like I'd have to eat it with something, but this is classic. Okay, let's go next. Oh, come on. This is Japan. Right, guys? Is this the Japan, or is this... Okay, is this Japan or Korea? This is cold noodles. Cold noodles, sliced beef, beef broth, kimchi, boiled egg, cucumber radish, apple slice. Okay, optional pickled mustard seeds, optional apple slices, optional sesame seeds. You're right. If it's kimchi, it's probably Korea. So let's just do Korea. Korea. Ooh, we're very hot. It is not Korea, but we're very hot. Is it? Are they gonna? Is it North Korea? North Korea? No, it's not. Okay, so it must be Japan. It's Japan. It's Japan. Yeah, apparently it's Japan. Beppu ramen. It's a cold dish originating from Beppu, a city located in the Oita prefecture on the island of Kyushu. Oh, there you go, guys. This dish has its roots in Korean cold noodles. So no wonder you all thought that. It has its roots in Korea. Probably stolen during some Japanese imperialism, but hey, we don't need to talk about that, do we? We don't need to talk about that at all. Let's go to the next round. Yay. Oh, good God. Flattened rice, oil, salt, peanuts, turmeric, cumin, dried red chili, mustard seeds, curry leaves, asafoetida powder, I don't know how to pronounce that, and garlic. This dish can be served with yogurt, curry, and or meat. Do we think India? Nigeria? Portugal? Africa? Oh, is it? Asafoetida? Okay, but we got... That's Arabic? Ooh, so guys, I don't know. You think Africa, Morocco? Jesus Christ. Okay, this is unhelpful. I don't know. Now, there is it looks like something sitting right here that makes me want to, if I can get in close to it, I might be able to see what language is right here. I can't see it. I can't see the language. Okay. There are no other pictures. Algeria, you think, Tarbin? Oh, that's a good point, Alvin. All right. You know what? Let's try. I'm going to try Algeria. No, it's north. You know what? I'm going to try Turkey because it says that's cold, but someone else said Turkey and it says northeast of Algeria. Turkey? No. Oh, we're getting. Oh, we're still pretty far, guys. We're still pretty far. Somewhere between the northeast and south of Turkey. Jesus Christ. Do we think India? I'll try India. I'm worried that we're not going to get this one. India. No. Oh, it borders India. It borders India. It's to the northeast of India. Is it Bangladesh? Is it Bangladesh? Bangladesh? It could be Nepal. No, it isn't. Oh, you're right. You know what? I think it is Nepal. It might be Nepal. Let's try Nepal. Yes, it's Nepal. Nepal. Woo! Hey, that was good. I'm glad we got an unusual one. We did get Nepal. Okay. It could have also been Bhutan. But glad that it was Nepal. It made it easier so I didn't have to. I don't think we had enough guesses left if it wasn't. Okay. Yeah, that was not an easy one. I'm glad we got that one. Yeah, I'm happy we finally got one like the one we got from the Maldives yesterday. Next round. Oh, pizza dough. Oh my God, we know where this is from. Jesus. Pizza dough, tomato sauce, mozzarella cheese, Parmesan cheese, various fillings. Okay, this has to be Italy, right? And if it's not, I don't know who I am anymore. Okay, yep, it's a calzone. Yum. That was easy. Next, final score. Oh my God, I want to play again. Let's play one more time. I know I kept saying that, folks. One more time, one more time. We already saw this one. God damn it, we already saw this one. I don't fucking know. Do we remember where this is from? We're gonna start over. I want new ones. This is play again. There we go. Okay. Last time. I'm having too much fun. What's this? This looks like shrimp, ketchup, or chili sauce, horseradish, lemon juice, and Worcestershire sauce. This is the UK. Is this the UK or is this America? I don't know. I don't know. Is a shrimp but is that an American thing or did it originate in the UK? It's not UK? Okay. I literally don't know where it came from. Like I don't know where exactly. I don't know where shrimp cocktails came from. So okay, we'll try. Right, that's what I said. Worcestershire sauce too is also pretty UK, but America uses Worcestershire sauce too. So all right, let's try the USA. Yep, it's the USA. It's the USA. Okay. There we go. Don't you dare laugh at us. Don't you dare laugh at me, Alvin, okay? Just because America is predictable, all right, doesn't mean you should laugh at me, all right? Okay? Jesus Christ, Alvin. I'm just kidding. Fucking culturally appropriating scum. Jonas. Okay. Okay. This is this is salted cod, potatoes, eggs, onions, parsley, pepper, and olive oil. In Netherlands? Okay. I believe you. We'll try the Netherlands. Do we try the Netherlands? It is not the Netherlands. It is to the southwest of the Netherlands. So is it France or is it Belgium or is it Spain? It says warm. Let's try Spain real fast. And then if that's not, it's not Portugal, probably Spain then. It is not Spain. Oh my God. Tiago, I'm afraid to tell you this, Tiago, but I suspect this is in fact Portugal. It is in fact Portugal. Tiago, it's definitely Portugal. It is definitely Portugal. Okay. All right. This is Bolinos de Bacalhau. Forgive me for my pronunciation. Okay. I only try to pronounce correctly for countries that are relevant in the world. By the way, folks, that's a joke. I have a joking relationship with Tiago, so I insult his country all the time. I am not being an ignorant American. Please forgive me. Okay. All right. Known as codfish or cakes. Cod, outer signal. I could definitely. Never mind outer signal. I was going to make a joke, but it's probably for after dark. Okay. So they are deep fried and typically served as an appetizer or snack. All right. Moving on. Okay. That sounds good, actually. This looks really good. Is it? Okay. Signal. Oh my God, this looks amazing. This Jamaica? Dark rum, pineapple juice, orange juice, cream of coconut, grated nutmeg, iced cherry, pineapple wedge, or America. It could be America too. This looks though it might be Jamaica, but it could also be. Yeah, you're right, Alvin. But I'm betting America, but I'm gonna try Jamaica first because I want it to be Jamaica because I'm sick of America things. I know. I'm sorry, Drusilla. Maybe we'll get something, some pickled fish or something sometime. J- It looks, yeah. You know what? You know what? I am going to go with America because the more I think of it, this is too much sugar in this. It has to be American. Okay, nope, I was wrong. It is not. It is not American. Um, Bahamas? That's not separate, is it? No, not yeah, the Bahamas. Ooh, we're okay. We're getting close. It's warm for the Bahamas. Maybe it's Bermuda. Bermuda, Jamaica. Ooh, I wanna take you. Mm-mm. Nope. You're right. It is. God, I'm okay. The Virgin Islands. Those Virgin Islands are owned by the United States, so that can't be it. What else is around there? It could be. There's a lot of islands around there. Shit. Yeah, but Jamaica. Okay, we can try Jamaica, but that's pretty far. It's not. Jamaica is not southeast from the Bahamas. That's my concern here. Okay, I'm gonna try Grenada, but I don't think it is Grenada. No, God. Oh my God, we're so close. All right, maybe it. You know what? We'll try Jamaica. We'll try Jamaica. God damn it! I should have listened to. Okay, you know that is not fair. No, but seriously, not fair because the British Virgin Islands are not a separate country. Okay, that is bullshit. That is bullshit. Okay, fine, whatever. I said I put down USA, Meowsord. I put down USA. But the British Virgin Island is not a separate country, okay? It is part of the Grand Empire of Britannia. Okay, that's a joke. But okay, yeah, come on. Look at this. They all right, anyway. I'm calm. I am calm. I am deeply calm. I am deeply calm. Moving on. All right. By the way, not a Grand Empire. All right, next round. Ground beef, salt, pepper, butter, onions, flowers, beef stock, water, potatoes, parsley, red cabbage, Lingon berry sauce? Hmm. This is interesting. To make this dish, mix ground beef with salt and pepper. Swedish, you think so, Alvin? Now, Alvin, I'm going to believe you, but if you get it wrong, Alvin, I will ban you from the chat. I'm just kidding. Oh, okay. We got some agreement here. Let's try Sweden. Let's try Sweden. I trust the Dane about the Swedes. Sweden. Ooh, no, I'm sorry. I'm joking, by the way. I'm not going to ban you, Alvin, but we are very close. I'm going to say Denmark. It is Denmark. It is Denmark. Now, Alvin. Is that complete bullshit? Is that complete bullshit, Alvin? Because Alvin here being from Denmark. Okay. Oh, so they have the caucasity. That's for sure. Outer signal. Like, where the hell are the? Right. Okay. Hey, it's okay, Alvin. You don't need to be embarrassed. I'm just messing with you. All right. Of course, we will ban you from the chat. Okay. So this is a traditional Danish dish consisting of ground beef patties. All right. All right, let's go to the next one. Next round. Ooh, celery, peanut butter, raisins. Optional is cream cheese, chocolate chips. Oh, I have no idea. I have no idea where this is from. Is this American? Like, I have no idea. Yeah, this sounds American, right? But like, I don't think Americans would eat so many green things, right? But okay, we can try it. Ants on a log? What the hell is that? Okay, fine. Whatever. America's a big country. I've never been in such a barbaric place in America that would eat some crap like this, but we'll try it. I've been in other places that eat other barbaric crap. Okay, no, that's a fair point, Jonas. That's fair. Okay, let's see here. America. God bless America. Okay, it's America. Oh my God, ants on a log. I've never heard of this, literally. I guess, yeah. All we have is Worcestershire sauce and where I'm from. Ants on a log is a snack traditionally made by spreading shit all over celery sticks and then throwing other shit on top of it and probably adding a bunch of sugar shit on top of that. Unfortunately, that's not actually what it said there, but you can get it. You get it. That's sort of a summary. But it's American food, so that's pretty accurate what I just said. Okay. And don't forget the layer of processed shit above that. All right. So there we go. That was American. Let's go to the next one. Okay. Oh my God. Okay. Various fillings, meat, seafood, eggs, vegetables in a baguette. Huh. Huh. Hey, that's very true. No, that you're right, Meowsort. They do. That is true. Okay. More photos, please. Oh yeah, thank you. Wait a minute. That doesn't look the same as that. This is just a baguette, isn't it? Well, no, I don't know if it is. It's just a sandwich. Isn't this just a goddamn sandwich? Is this just France? I'm deeply confused. It could be American, but like, okay, let's try America because we all know we love our sandwiches. They could be anywhere. Nope, we're very cold actually. Northeast, France. No, it says northeast of the United States. Let's try UK. Nope. Ooh, what? It says between the west and east. Okay, you know what? Let's try Spain. Okay, it's Spain. All right. I'm surprised. So you're right. I should have listened to you. I should have listened to you, Dolly Boy. It was a bocadillo. Oh, okay. Well, we were wrong about that one. Next. Oh, those look adorable. These are sponge cake, buttercream, icing, food colorizing, and marzipan. This could be, is this France or Germany? Denmark, Alvin? Okay, I believe you. I believe you, Alvin. This is your chance, Alvin, say it is not. It is not Danish. It's actually it says very far to the northeast. I'm sorry, Alvin. Okay, this thing is a trick. Guys, it says it's far to the northeast of Denmark. And it says that maybe it's Russia. Like, I don't think it's Russia, but it would have to be. No, oh my God, I'm so confused. It's somewhere in Asia. Because now that I said Russia, it says that it is southeast of Russia, and we're still ice cold. I don't know. It kind of looks cute in Japanese. We'll try Japan. Nope, not Japan either. Well, then we're getting a little warmer, but not much. Southwest of Japan. Southwest of Japan. Buttercream icing food colorizer. It could be. What about Vietnam? I'm going to say Vietnam because very cold. Damn it. Okay, fine. Australia. We'll try Australia. I get your point, guys. I see your point. Australia. It was Australia. Oh my God. I should have. Okay, it was Australia. Kaj Cage. Okay. Uh, I'll look it up, Alvin. I'm curious now. This is Kaj. I know I'm pronouncing it wrong, Alvin. So Kaj Kaj. Oh my God, Alvin, you are right. Alvin, that looks exactly like it. Oh, but okay, but Alvin, it does say, here, this is, so it's originally Australian. And apparently they're the same thing, Alvin. So what you call that? Well, let me see here. This looks exactly the same. Interesting. Yeah, apparently it originally did come from Australia, but it's common in Denmark. Interesting. Okay, I guess so. Apparently Denmark stole it. All right. Okay. All vicious imperialist Denmark over there. All right, let's go to the next one. Okay, this is the Philippines. Right, Jonas? Am I wrong, Jonas? I think yesterday Jonas mentioned this dish. Hilo Hilo or whatever it is. Right? Does this look like the Philippines to all of y'all? Mexico. It could be. Oh, that's a good point. It could be Mexico. It actually could be Mexico. Mangoes, bananas, and watermelon. Oh my God, I don't know. Okay, we'll try Mexico. Nope, we're ice cold. I'm gonna do what I thought, which was Philippines. Yep, the Philippines. See, I should have listened to myself. Okay, I should have listened to myself. Okay. Knickerbocker is what it's called. Now that sounds so Filipino. Okay, Knickerbocker. Knickerbocker is a popular dessert from Zamboanga City in the Philippines. This dish is believed to have been inspired by the American Knickerbocker glory, a type of layered ice cream sundae, but has since evolved with distinct characteristics. That's fair, Alvin. Okay. All right. Real interesting. Let's go. Okay, next. I think this is the last round, folks. Here. This is. Oh my God. This has to be mung bean jelly, shredded beef, watercress, mung bean sprouts, egg, red chili pepper, soy sauce. This looks so Vietnamese, doesn't it? Am I wrong? Do we think Vietnamese? Okay. You think the UK, really? I don't know what mung bean jelly is, though. Nom, you think nom, Tiago? You think no, Meowzord? Mun, oh, it's from really, Jonas? Okay, I'll believe you. It looks it. Louise, is this from the UK, do you think? Do you back up what Jonas is saying? Mun bean Asia? Okay. So Vietnam, I'll try Vietnam. I thought so, but ooh, we were wrong. It says northeast of Vietnam. So maybe Japan? Japan? I know nothing, Jon Snow, says Louise. Hmm. What do we think? Northeast of Vietnam. It could be Japan. I'm going to try Japan. Ooh, very close to Japan. Northwest of Japan, let's try Korea. Yep, it was North and South Korea. Tongpyeong chai. Traditional Korean dish of fingers. Okay, this looks good. Oh, that's nice. Oh, wait, I guess we have one. Yeah, this is our last round now again. Oh, my goodness. Well, this looks boring. I mean, no offense to anyone. This looks very boring. So this is bread, tomatoes, mayonnaise, salt, pepper, lettuce, bacon, cheese, and avocado. So this is just a BLT. Isn't this American? British in it, right? Okay. I think this is American. It looks like shit. It looks like some, I don't know. Isn't it? Oh, wait, but it says bacon. I mean, sorry, it has bacon, tomatoes, lettuce, and mayonnaise, right? And then avocado is optional, and so is cheese. So, okay, you know what? What does these other ones look like? Oh, wow, it looks the same. Oh my God. Oh, and look, guys, they even come on, guys. They even cut off the what is it? That part of the bread, the crust. And look at this. Okay, come on. This is like a middle-class American house with like this faux marble top. This is the most American thing I've ever seen. Okay. Again, it would only be more American if there were gunfire going on in the background. And unfortunately, there's no audio track. So we're just going to have to believe it without the gunfire in the background. So we will say this is America, US of A. And it is. It is America. Wow, how unpredictable that was. All right. Shocking. Look at that culinary genius that was there. Culinary genius, that is the country I'm from. All right. They are doing us dirty. They're AK Meowser, I admit. There are actually, guys, there are good foods from the United States. I know I sound like an asshole, but there are good foods. It's just these are all the bad foods, obviously. And I know, no one will believe me. No one will believe me when I say that. But there's a lot of really good food in the US, mainly because we have so many people here from all around the world. We just take other people's food and eat it, or we add on to it and crap. But anyway. All right. Okay. So, all right. Excellent. That was very good. Super foodie again. We didn't get gastro, whatever it was. All right, I'm going to put up my face now, folks. So I believe we didn't get enough chats for. I believe we did not get enough chats for a late night stream, which is fine. I don't think we really should do a late night stream, but we, at least not tonight, because it's a Tuesday and not many people will be able to come to it. So, well, okay. What do you say? What is this, Meowser? Do you say more, Dolly Boy? You want to keep doing this? We've had like a steady number of viewers this whole time, but folks, let me do a little bit here. Of course, folks, if you like what you see here, you become a member on YouTube for as little as 99 cents a month and get access to cute little jester-only emojis. Let's watch this. This does look funny. Watch it real fast. And access to, that's terrifying though, a little jester hat next to your name. If you're over on Twitch, please subscribe. You can subscribe for free using Amazon Prime. It'll help me out greatly and send some of Jeff Bezos's money to me, which will help me survive so I can keep doing this, and etc. And you can also send a super chat or bits, which normally contributes to our goal. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm having trouble focusing. Let me put where's my face? Why? I still need to. Okay, good God. All right. I'm all over the place. I'm a mess, folks. I did, Alvin. I started streaming in September. I have not been streaming for very long at all. This is like my 5th or 6th month streaming, Alvin. That's why my community's still kind of small, but we're growing. We've been growing, so that's good. And I'm trying to improve, so maybe that'll help too. Oh, thank you, Alvin. It's weird because I don't have a sense of context for the speed of my growth, and I'm kind of a perfectionist. It doesn't seem like it on stream, I know, but I'm always like, I have such a small stream. I mean, I'm not growing nearly fast enough. But then people say, "Oh, wow, you've actually gone really fast." I'm like, "Oh, thank you." Okay, all right. So you're a. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, you're a waitress in the UK. All right. Thank you, Outer. Okay, so let's watch.
Want to get some crispy liver crisps on the side, extra crispy. You wouldn't happen to have any boiled chicken ribs on a skewer, would you? No? Well, I'll just take some boiled cheese. What sort of bone do you have?
I'm sorry, my UK friends out there. I hope you know we're not Anglophobic, but this is true. It is. It's true. Okay, I'm just joking. I'm joking. Okay.
Today. Any marrow I can slurp for free. Top of the morning to you as well. Would you happen to have any fish scales for a snack? Doesn't matter which river they're from. I'd like a rusty log, please. Made of debris. I'd like 3 pints of onion drop, no spices, 2 cloves of garlic.
I love fish and chips though.
On a sourdough bun. Yes, sprinkle with flour. Up to you, miss. You can char it black or boil it until it dissolves.
Okay. Okay, admittedly, that's funny. Admittedly, though, London, great food scene. I gotta tell you, London has a fantastic food scene. I have not been in that many other places in the UK, but in London, you have food from all over the world there. The UK food, the actual English food there is actually really good. I really like the fish and chips and stuff. I'm not a big fan of mushy peas, which came with stuff, but I don't know. Maybe I'm weird that way, but I do like the food in London's amazing. I gotta tell you. Very cosmopolitan and things like that. Though, admittedly, yeah, a lot of UK food is very similar to like white American food, which makes sense. Same kind of origins there, I guess, in that it's kind of not very flavorful. But that's our mutual curse. That's the mutual curse of us in the UK. All right. All right. Yeah, there you go, outer signal. Like Borough Market has become consumerist, but the food is still yeah, there is a lot of good food in the UK, I will say. This is though it's funny that there's a stereotype. And I'll tell you what really annoys me is there's a lot of French people who like are always bashing food in the UK and stuff. And well, anyway, but all right. And there's also, by the way, when I was in the UK, there's also like bakeries with really good baked goods and stuff that are delicious. Anyway, so I don't so they're not bad, right? They're not horrible. Okay, guys. So tomorrow is my day off because tomorrow is a Wednesday. I will not be streaming on Friday, Saturday, Sunday, or Monday. Well, I might stream on Friday, but I am taking a brief trip to go see a friend, so I won't be around on Saturday, Sunday, or Monday, and I might not be around on Friday, depending on when I leave and what the weather looks like. But so just warning you there. What else? If we got, I'm gonna recount. If I got 10 super chats for this stream, I'm pretty sure I did. I will do a live stream tomorrow. I will do an after dark stream tomorrow. I know it's Wednesday, but I have the day off, but I'll do an after dark stream at night. Okay. So I will be back on for sure though on Thursday. So I will be live streaming on Thursday and maybe on Friday, okay? And then in the meantime, I am going to try and post another video because I've been so bad about posting new videos on my YouTube channel. I'm getting like no new subscribers and like no views because I haven't posted a new video for a while. But on that note, folks, you won't be missed. Neither will you, Tiago. I wish you were never here to begin with, okay? I wish you never came into my chat. Anyway, I love you very much, Tiago. You're the best. Okay. So, all right, I'm going to put my face up. Guys, you all should be proud of me. You know why you should be proud of me? Remember how I said I would try to stream for longer than I normally did? Do you know how long I streamed for today? Do you know how long I streamed for today? And I was in front of the camera the whole time. You are the best, Tiago. Do you know how long I streamed for today? It was almost 5.5 hours. You got come on. You got to admit. I say I'm doing much better than I did normally, right? Excuse me, SoCal. Excuse me, SoCal. I don't need that sass. Thank you, Alvin. Thank you. Alvin, you know just what to say. You're becoming a good member of the cult. Thank you. Outer Signal, thank you for the weird snake lizard thing. I think that's a compliment. Thank you, Outer Signal. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. All right. Evil Resident, what is your Twitch name? What is your Twitch name? Dolly Boy, don't you dare hit me with that stick. Okay. What is your Twitch name? AJ, I should say. Yeah. So, because folks, if you put your AJ, if you put your chat here, I can send the people who are on Twitch to you if you'd like me to. The exact name? Okay, got you. The one that you just had, J. Got you. Okay, guys. So what I'm going to do is for those that are on Twitch, I'm going to send you over to the Vile Residence stream. Okay. Are you a good socialist over there, Evil Resident? Okay, it doesn't matter to me. Let me see, as long as you're not a Nazi. All right, so I'm going to send people over there for those who are over on Twitch. Okay. So what do? Raid. Okay, raid. And it's going to be. So for the folks that were on Twitch, get ready. You're about to be sent in a raid. Okay, everyone ready? Everyone ready to raid our new found friends channel? Paste. Okay, everyone ready? Everyone ready? Okay, so here we go. I'm going to do it. Okay, so 5 viewers are ready to raid. We're going to go right over to there. Everyone's going to be going over to Alvin. Or not Alvin, excuse me. Bye-bye, Alvin. Thank you for being back here, Alvin. Alvin, learn your country's foods better, okay? I'm just kidding. All right, everyone ready? Raid, let's go! Okay, and for those folks that are over on YouTube, thank you for watching. I forgot to do my little sign-off. You know, we'll skip it today, but I will say this. Free Palestine, never stop resisting. Do the best you can out there. Keep resisting, keep resisting. Don't forget the sacrifices of our ancestors, okay? And on that note, folks, goodbye. You have a good rest of your day.